Hello once again and welcome to the PokerStars Arena hosting the Sunday Million. It is the weekly flagship MTT on PokerStars, a $109 PKO with a $1 million guarantee. And this week, with more than 10,200 total entries, a prize pool in excess of $1 million, with 53.5k plus head prizes up top for the winner. We'll crown a champion today. Cards up as we play down to that winner on day 2. I am James Hartigan, alongside me Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello.
And Maria Ho.
Hi.
What an awesome team we have put together. And he couldn't be here because he's doing stand-up comedy in Edinburgh this week. But Joe would have been delighted that we returned for day 2 of this week's Sunday Million with 69 players. That being said, within seconds, we're already down to 67. So let's get to our first feature table. We don't want to miss any more action. And our feature table, guys, is headlined by the player M Porter 77 with Jack 10 suited up against Nemi, who's got ace queen on the button. It's top pair on the flop for M Porter. And here is a hashtag fun fact, courtesy of StatTrick. This is the biggest chip lead we've ever seen a player bring into day 2 of a Sunday Million. M Porter started with 31 million chips. The second biggest stack was 13 million. And this could be the first time since the Sunday Million became a PKO that we've seen the start of day chip leader make it to the final table. Don't want to jinx them. Don't want to bock it. Let's see what happens. Okay, that ace on the turn does change things here, Maria.
Yeah, I feel like he might be victim, or this person might be victim to what we do to Ape Styles every time. You know, we talk Ape Styles up when they've got a good chip lead or they have some chips in any tournament. We'll see what happens here, though.
All I'm going to say is blame Patrick. It was his fault for observing the fact that this guy had a massive chip lead and observing the fact that this is going to be the time that the start of day chip leader makes it to the final table.
Well, we'll see if M Porter loses any more chips on this hand. Surely the ace queen will go for a nice chunky value bet here.
Yeah, and Nick, if M Porter does fold river to a value bet from Nemi, they will still have 26 mil and will still have a significant advantage over the rest of the field.
Yeah, seems pretty reasonable. But also, I'm not sure if, I mean, Maria, maybe you agree, this tiny bet size in the river is just screaming value to me. I mean, it's possible for people to have quote-unquote value bet bluffs here, I suppose. But I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's so early on in the start of day 2, plus you're up against the chip leader. It feels like most people might not be going for a bluff, especially with that sizing. So
Right, exactly.
M Porter makes a good fold there.
And still has 26 million. The second biggest stack right now is Splash 400 from the UK, who's got 18 million. Hello to everyone watching on Twitch. Among you, just to name but 3, John Delano, Carl, and Omar Skins. And hello to Cosmo Lupo on YouTube, who asks, any PokerStars Pro players left? No red spades in the lobby. I mean, look, starting field of 10,206, making the final 70-odd is, you know, a big ask. We do have Nick with us on the stream, though, alongside Maria, calling the action. And decent flop for Edward. No?
Nice cue. Yeah, obviously flopping that really nice bottom pair with the nut flush draw to go with it. Just a bet and to take it away, though.
And now we've got Ramco opening with ace 10. By the way, if you want a bit more information about M Porter, the chip leader, a Norwegian player who has 230k in total PokerStars earnings. Interestingly, made day 2 of last week's Sunday Million, cashed out in 73rd place for $1,500, has bested that already, guaranteed at least 63rd place, and should go a lot further with 26 million chips. Average stack right now being 8.1 million.
Yeah, he certainly has the ammunition to try and win some bounties as well, James. You can see he's already up to 1.8 thousand on his head, so he's definitely already taken a few names already.
Has the red target, is the so-called bounty daddy, in addition to being in the catbird seat at the top of the leaderboard. Jacks here for Edward, who is playing from Romania. Joe's not here, so I have to do it. Year of Romania.
So average here,
Maria, I know it's a bit of a cliche to say that there's never a good flop for jacks, but even when you have an overpair to the board, it's straighty with a flush draw on there. It's still not a good flop for jacks.
Yes, I mean, so far it would seem that that's true, but I still like getting jacks. I never feel deterred when I get dealt jacks.
Yeah, it's a mindset thing, isn't it, Maria? You know, you got to just be like, oh, you know, I get to play this hand, which is more than can be said for many hands you're playing on, on an 8-handed, 9-handed table. Yeah, betting to take it away. Surprised we didn't see average actually continuing there. He did have the parry and the gut shot. I think that was probably a little bit on the tighter side, but he clearly just didn't like the texture. Decided to just stay out of trouble.
So
ooh, sixes in the big blind here.
Yeah, it was ace-king opening, sixes defending, and it is an ace-jack-7 flop, and Ramco can potentially fold to the c-bet, which they do. Guardius78 asks, is there a max-min bounty? Well, the minimum would be the starting bounty. Everyone starts the same. Is there a max? Well, I guess there is, but it could be pretty huge. I mean, again, not really conceivable, but not impossible that one player eliminates every single player.
Every single player.
I mean, I guess it is impossible because you can't be at the same table as every other player.
I guess the max would be eliminating every player that you were sat with at every single table you were allowed to play on. That would be quite the story. That would be quite the story.
I'm pretty sure we've had Dulek Jason on a feature table before on one of our streams, or at the very least, I believe we've had a player with the same avatar, because that looks a lot like the Groke from the Moomins. And I've referenced this before, and I'll reference it again. Inside my commentary booth at the PokerStars Arena, there are actually lights on the floor, and I'm always paranoid about treading on them and breaking them. So I put something on the floor as an obstacle to stop me from treading on the light. And the thing I put on the floor is, wait for it, reaches over.
Is it a really heavy Moomin Mama?
It's the Groke. It's the Groke from the Moomins. You see the similarity between Dulek Jason's avatar?
I see that.
But I have no idea what this reference is. I'm like,
otherwise. So the Moomins.
Is this an English show? What is this?
No. It's Finnish. Turva Jansson wrote the original books, and it was adapted into films and an animated series that was shown on UK TV when I was growing up. That's how I know the Moomins.
That's how I know it too. So we saw 8-9 as the opener here, a little bit on the wider side. Ace-King suited coming along as well, it seems. Just as a flat, though, pre-flop as well. That was already unusual, unless I've completely misread this.
Oh. Barry makes an appearance. And Dulek Jason is going to win that pot. So here is a hashtag fun fact about the Groke. The Groke represents Nordic gloom. She's very lonely, and everywhere she goes, she leaves a trail of ice.
Oh, it's a she.
Yes. There is I have to say, there's a decent amount of gender representation in the Moomin world.
I love it.
Yeah, it was a really cool little series.
And we've got King 8 here against the Snowmans.
Num 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 num.
Domination rotation, unfortunately, for the pocket eights here. King 8 does pick up top pair. Very quick checks. Everyone playing really quick today as well, James.
Yeah.
Very, very quick, snappy play.
And the
usual Yeah, turning the eights into a bluff, and it worked. I like it. I mean, as the pre-flop aggressor, probably has a few more ace-x type hands and just going for that Broadway representation.
And not just playing fast, guys, but also the significant fast pace of action that we're used to seeing since the Sunday Million became a progressive knockout format. First 10 minutes of play and near enough 10 players gone. 9 eliminations so far. And Vici here with top pair.
So the 9 does give Edouard here the gut shot, so it might inspire him to continue, although this small blind flat I think will have plenty of Queen X. It might even be hands like 7-8 suited once in a while too, so the 9 isn't even necessarily a really awesome turn for him to want to continue here. But people do like to be aggressive when an additional overcard comes that gives them a draw, so he might be tempted still. Okay, there it is.
Obviously, Nick, I know you have your fans watching the stream, but Maria has plenty of admirers too, including Roby Edward, who literally says, Maria, I admire you.
That's very kind.
So a 1.5 million bet on the river from Vici, who's got queens and nines. King high for Edouard. Is this consideration of a hero call or consideration of bluffing?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the sizing, it's kind of small. It feels a little bit like a blocker bet. You feel like perhaps you can attack that sizing a little bit, but just not enough, I think, to be able to rep.
Oh, so we saw M. Porter 77 get off to not the best start. Jack 10 against Ace Queen, and now has 10s against the queens of average P52, who is likely to re-raise here. Looks like a squeeze after Vici flatted with the King Queen. And how much is M. Porter going to lose here is my question, Nick.
That's a great question. I mean, honestly, it really depends on your interpretation of the squeeze here. There are players that will have way more bluffs here than others. As you say, once you see the flat on the button there, obviously you can squeeze a little bit more liberally. There's a lot of extra dead money. And theoretically speaking, if you can get past that first player, you should usually get past the other. But given the fact it's a PKO, they are going to go for it. Queen's getting in as well.
Oh.
And it's 10 high.
10 high flop, an inconsequential Barry makes an appearance, and we get the KO of this average player. No match for M. Porter 77, who is back up over 30 million. 36 million chips, start of day chip leader, still in the number 1 position. They did say before the start of play, hopefully I get some run good today. Winky face. There's your run good, M. Porter.
He says run good today. He comes in as chip leader for I think your day 1 was going pretty well as well, dude.
But maybe that was all pure skill, Nick. And now, when you get into the deep stages of an MTT, oh, this is a street flash board. Here's the 7-5 that Strawberry's going to get there.
Yeah, it's a fun card to try to get M. Porter off of this queen high.
Yeah, M. Porter so far just absolutely cleaning up. So, does going to fold. He is going to fold on this occasion.
I mean, obviously, I think you have to fold queen high there, but it's disappointing. We all want to see the river. We all want to see a straight flush. We want street flash poker on a Monday night.
I mean, we love to see people getting extra spicy with queen high floats as well. That just makes for interesting viewing anyway in the first place. But yeah, the street flash potential is always very tantalizing. Oh, tricky board for both players here. The 5s and the 10s both have what they're going to think is the best hand here a lot of the time, I imagine. No change on the turn. 2 quick checks. tens might be tempted, given the speed of that check, to actually go for value now in this river. I certainly would be. Yep, cool. Very nice. 2.25 million. And a call from the fives, picking up a very nice pot there. Dulek up to just under 20 million chips.
Yeah, so Dulek Jason is officially second on the leaderboard. So we've now got the players who are 1 and 2 in chips, M. Porter and Dulek, who is playing from Poland this evening. We had a first-time chat from a viewer. Topo says hello. Hello, Topo.
Hello, sir.
There are a lot of those there. I'm not just doing that for effect. That's actually their name and what they wrote.
John Delano says those tens were tempted. Very good. Very good, buddy. Well done. So the same two players going at it again, Dulek and Vici, but the domination rotation for the sevens into queen 5. Again, very snappy play. Seven's going to want to get to showdown.
Yeah, it's interesting because I always find that when people play quickly, it's because everyone starts following a tempo that someone at the table sets. You know, I don't think that people come in necessarily always playing and making decisions as quickly. It's like, okay, well, if you see other people start to play fast, you just can't help but follow suit. But I don't know, I'd be inclined to have some of these people take a little more time. It's a little too fast.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think in that one of those previous hands, or in both of those previous hands, you do get a bit of a timing tell, don't you, Maria? Like, you know, would you really be snapping that quickly if you had, you know, aces and you were concerned about them having trips or something like that on the 6-6-8 flop or whatever? Not really. Right. You're not going to see that too often. People, even if they are starting to follow that new tempo, will, you know, still slow things up when they have considerations of like how to get max value or, you know, that kind of thing.
7 on the river. Does not change anything, and Sweet Nixon's straight is still good. Takes it down. Okay. By the way, there is someone watching on YouTube, Sandra Bjornbeck, who claims to be M. Porter 77. I don't mean to be cynical, I don't mean to be suspicious, but I do this every week, and I don't trust anything that anyone watching the stream says. But it could be. We could have M. Porter 77 in chat. We could have M. Porter 77 watching tonight's broadcast while playing the Sunday Million.
There's got to be like a way to verify this. Maybe they take a selfie of themselves in front of their laptop where you see it's M. Porter. Like
and their cards
you see their whole cards. Yes. And then they tweet it to PokerStars. That's one way to do it.
Okay, can I just point out a potential flaw with this plan? We then break the space-time continuum, where suddenly M. Porter is then sending hand information from the future that we haven't seen yet because we're on a 30-minute delay. And you're basically inviting M. Porter 77 to share spoilers.
Well, what if it's after... I'm going to come up with a solution to this.
Yeah, you see, Nunez says get them to throw poo at a player and we'll know in 30 minutes. Now, it could be that M. Porter 77 is watching the stream, so here's that instruction to throw poo at a player, but is not the person in YouTube.
Right. How do we connect the two people? That is the question.
I mean, I'm tempted to believe, Sandra Bjornbeck sounds like a Norwegian name, and they promised no spoilers, said, haven't played a tourney since last Sunday Million where I ended like 70th. Story checks out, that is correct. Late registered after my son was in bed, even if minus EV in PKOs. You know, I'm wanting to believe this. I can't be 100% convinced without further evidence, but I'm minded to believe that this is a genuine story.
But we said it at the top of the stream that M. Porter got 70th, whatever, last week.
That was a fun fact.
I don't think that's not enough evidence for me. Stay skeptical, people.
The problem is, even if we verify that M. Porter 77's real name is Sandra Bjornbeck, there's no guarantee that this person on YouTube is not creating a name under that person's name. So it's kind of like, bloody internet.
Yeah, I mean, we just really need their social security or ITIN number or whatever, you know, maybe their credit card, expiration date, CCV. That's the way, guys. I figured it out.
Okay, so you send me a bank transfer for, I don't know, $1,000, yeah, and then I'll be able to verify from the bank statement that it's your real name. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yep.
Let's do it that way instead of this. Better make it 2 just in case. Okay, coming around to Jack 10 suited here in the cutoff. Lots and lots of ace kings on this table so far. We've seen tons of action from ace king suited so far. I think the button's probably going to want to be aggressive here again.
Yeah, and I believe it
Porter
was
being
Jack
one of the
10
big
of
stacks.
spades that saw M. Porter lose that pretty decent sized pot at the start of the day. That was against ace queen. This time it's against ace king. Okay, well,
hello.
this kind of is a lot more in favor of Jack 10.
Yeah, seems like it.
And now Santi Shrek is drawing dead.
Yeah, very quick check again. Like, snap check that turn. M. Porter's like, look, you got to rep it. Come on, rep something for me, buddy. Wow. And
I
the
mean, again,
snap check raise turned. It's just like, again.
Yeah. It's like people are never thinking to do that with perhaps the turn backdoor flush draw. They would take a little time.
Yeah.
They would never just snap check raise. So it just feels like so many Jack X's here. I don't know. I don't think Santi's going to be able to call this river, especially with the ace of clubs in their hand as well.
No, Santi, no. Thank you. M. Porter up to nearly 40 million chips now and has pocket jacks. Meanwhile, Swee Nixon.
Nom 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 nom.
It is a domination situation at this feature table. 53 players remaining. Average stack right now, 9.6 million. And we see the limp from the Snowmens. We get the raise from M. Porter.
Interesting line from eights here for sure.
Wow.
Just going to limp fold it, huh? Okay.
A
Yeah,
little
interesting.
surprised.
Don't know how I feel about that, Maria. But,
No, I don't know how I feel about that either. Especially the race coming out of the chip leader at the table. Surely they can't always have it.
yeah, M. Porter was definitely licking their lips there. They look down and they're like, okay, cool. A little bit of action from the short stack. Win another bounty. Happy days.
So we're 98% certain that we've got M. Porter 77 watching the stream on YouTube. What I would say, Sondra, is focus on the game. Don't focus on joining the chat. Focus on the game. Utilize the information from the stream, but don't listen to our stuff and nonsense. Just, you got to close this out now. Okay. 10 high flush versus nut flush.
Yeah, I think he's going to struggle to get away from the turn if Edouard does decide to put in a bet here. I think it's pretty reasonable. You're definitely going to get looked up by a bunch of other hearts. So I think nice and small is cool. Like 1/3 seems pretty reasonable. 10 of hearts probably mandatory come along, so you're going to get at least one street of value there. And it's not the nuts anymore, but it is still the nut flush. I think given the action, though, you're probably not going to be looking at a full house here too often from M. Porter, so you have what is going to be the effective nuts. I think that's a bit ambitious, again, the jam in a situation where you're not even going to target a bounty. But, you know, we saw M. Porter take a very similar line with the snap check raise turn, slight overbet jam river again, right? You know, you're really repping a jack super duper hard, and you still want some of those, like, you know, 10 high flush calls. You still want some of those like hero ace high calls in the previous pot as well. So seems like a smaller bet might have gotten a little bit more value.
Evan 8 says, I've missed you guys. Started my new job last week, so I've missed all my usual streams. Sad face. I mean, if you're that keen on watching the pokers, I would remind you that they are all available as videos on demand, regardless of whether you watch on YouTube or Twitch. They're there for pretty much eternity.
And Porter's got a shot to win a booty here. $267.19. Going to the
Flip
races.
the coin. And that is going to be Deuces holding.
Easy game.
Yeah, and M. Porter now up over 42 million, has claimed another bounty. So how much has M. Porter won in head prizes so far? 4.5 grand is worth 2,300, but of course that bounty not in play. Has every other player in the tournament covered, including Kylix42 from Brazil, who sits in second place right now with 26.8 million. That is Tawan Naves, a scoop winner this year. Kylix42 took down a 1K no-limit hold'em event in the 2022 Spring Championship of Online Poker.
Too shabby. We got the num-nums again.
Oh, thank you.
Num 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 num.
Yeah, playing from really far out of position here, though. It's really tricky to play this hand well against two opponents. You know, Edward doesn't necessarily have to put in a c-bet here. Thus far, he has been quite aggressive, but I think I would probably be checking with nines against the flat from position here as well. Just going to be lots of Queen X combos that like to flat in that position. King, Queen, Queen Jack suited, that kind of thing. Does like to just peel there once in a while. The eights coming along as a lead, very interesting.
Yeah, I think multi-way, I would have liked to see a check out of the eights here, but now you see the flush draw putting in a raise against two players. I mean, this would be a really nice pickup if it gets through without even having to have a made hand yet.
Yeah. It is quite an interesting line. I mean, if you're Edward, you have to ask yourself, do they really check behind a queen in position here? Because that's basically what they're trying to say they had, right? Like they had king queen in position, they checked it, now they're trying to protect it, given the board coming a little bit more draw heavy on the turn. And it's going to work. Very nice pickup there, up to 12 million for Vici.
Yeah, and that will leave Edward with an average stack, average right now being 10.4 million. Fewer than 50 players left, 49 remaining. It's a two-day tournament. So they played down from 10,206 to 69 last night. They'll play down to a winner tonight, and we'll see that winner crowned later this evening. I do find it interesting that the word bounty elicits very different responses from both sides of the Atlantic. I believe in the United States of America, Maria, bounty is a brand of paper towel, whereas in the United Kingdom, bounty is synonymous with a sickly sweet chocolate bar that has artificial coconut in the middle of it.
I feel like bounty doesn't make sense for either of those products to me as like a natural fit.
Well, the tagline for the chocolate bar was the taste of paradise. I guess the bounty was, it was your reward for seeking it out.
Yeah, very, very exotic. I don't know, bounty always just makes me think of Dog the Bounty Hunter. Do you ever see that series, James?
I'm aware of it, but I've never watched a single episode.
You didn't miss much,
And
don't worry. It was like...
I love trash TV. I love trash TV, but that's pushing it to a level that even I...
Yeah, I mean, basically every episode was like 40 minutes of like clickbait. But like, you know, they would just kind of hint that something exciting happened, but it never really did. Like, and they just always tried to make out like there was a shootout, but there never was.
But was there the success rate? Because I never watched it, but did they always catch the person or...
So they always ended up finding the person, but they were never quite as dangerous as they made out at the start. And then by the end, it was always just like, hey man, we're gonna help you get your life together and like have a cigarette and like, you know, sit down. We're gonna get you into rehab and all this stuff. And then it was
like an intervention, really.
It was basically like a forced intervention.
This is the problem, right? You say bounty hunter, and people think of one of two things. They either think of like Boba Fett, Bosk in Empire Strikes Back, or they think of like Clint Eastwood and Lee Van Cleef in the Wild West. The reality is chasing people who've skipped bail. It's not that interesting.
Exactly. It was mostly people who like that less skip bail and they just sort of like got really lazy and didn't show up bail. It was like, you know, skip bail actually
exactly
they They like cross the border. They usually just
They
go to their
forgot.
house and they find them sitting on their sofa. Basically, that's
They
every
forgot
episode.
about their court appearance. It's not like they willingly were trying to evade justice. It's like, oh, I got my dates confused. But send in
It's 20
dog
minutes
to
of
kick
them-
down the door.
20 minutes of them like, not wanting to open the door, basically, and then they finally do, and that's it. That's episode 1.
Why is his name Dog?
Because he's a hunter.
Yeah.
Right. Wow. So,
Yeah.
Jack's still ahead, but we do have the wheel draw for Sweet Nixon plus the ace of spades, but no flush draw on the turn, and Jack's now near enough, or better rather than a 3-1 favourite.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to have seen 2 barrels there, honestly, from Dulek. I think that this is probably going to be a good board for you a lot of the time. You're going to be called by worse pocket pairs, maybe some ace highs, just like ace queen floated the flop here again. Once we get to the river, you absolutely have the best hand, and I think this is one of these situations, unlike the other ones we saw, where the overbet makes a lot of sense because you're trying to get that bounty, right? So you are incentivized just to go slightly oversized in order to try and pressure some ace highs into calling, maybe some smaller pocket pairs, like I mentioned. I think this is the kind of run out where like pocket sixes, pocket fours, that kind of thing, do hero call a lot. So in this case, the slight overbet, in my opinion, is actually really, really nice, and I think it's a cool little line from Dulek. Maybe just bet small the turn so you can get it easier on the river, though.
And I'd also like to mention that that is the 3rd time that Jax has won. So James just wanting to disprove that, sometimes Jacks are easy to play and you can win with them, shockingly.
Wow.
Yeah. It's not a hand, it's a
labels.
mindset.
So we've seen the open from the chip leader with ace queen, flattered by fives, flattered by Kojak. King queen here for Nemi, who's folding. And if we see Vici and the blinds fold, we'll be going 3-way to the flop. But is someone thinking of doing something ill-advised? And 5 still good.
Ooh, so hard to play fives here. So hard to know what to do in this spot, especially with the player to act behind you still. Their flatting range can be so different depending on each player. I think I would prefer a bet here as well, especially given the fact you have the gut shot. Ace Queen doesn't want to give up just yet. That's really interesting from M. Porter because honestly, I think that lead is just going to be a ton of made hands. I mean, fives being relatively weak, but also plenty of sets here as well. Hands like Jack 10 that still have tons of equity against you as well. It's really hard to know how you're going to get to showdown with a hand like Ace Queen of Diamonds. Just like that. Never mind. Easy
Well,
game.
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ask for run good and ye shall receive.
I think if there was 1 diamond on the flop, then I could maybe understand the call by M. Porter a little bit more. But yeah, I think that was pretty ambitious. It ended up working out so far until... Wow.
That was a bad spot to turn fives into a bluff, and spoiler alert, it didn't work. So M. Porter at 77 up to 45 million. Santi Shrek down to 6.6 million.
I mean... I don't know, but like the Jack 10 got there, the flush draw got there, and yet, and M. Porter didn't block any of those, yet they just snap called the raise.
Yeah, just no fear, no fear.
I don't know.
You know, you're going to tick that call any box. Just have it ticked, ready to go.
You can't be exploited if you've got the tick any box, right?
Isn't that how Finson won a poker tournament once? Didn't he win one of his scoops by having the call any ticked?
That's right. Absolute flex.
It's also really useful to have that box ticked in case you lose internet. And if you're Finton, that's a realistic problem.
Yeah.
Ace 5 against 3s. This will be a race if Santi Shrek calls it off here. And let's flip the coin. 5 on the flop. Ace on the turn. And it's over for Santi Shrek. That is a KO. Another bounty for M. Porter, who increases their chip lead. 51.7 million with 46 players remaining, this is unusual.
That is
To say-
pretty
to say the
strong.
least. Yeah, absolutely. This actually might be the day, James. I don't want to balk it again. We don't want to balk anyone. But started being
Right,
chip
and the
leader
way
is-
to not balk it is just continue to talk about what a big chip lead M. Porter has over and over and over
I mean,
again.
There's no way that we can ignore the chip lead, and we would always highlight whoever the big stack is right now. The thing we can avoid talking about is foreshadowing any potential appearance at a final table or any potential victory. So let's park that bit of the conversation, but we obviously have to highlight just how much M. Porter has already won in bounties and how many chips they're sitting there with.
Yeah, starting again from now.
And it is Whip It Real, who is playing from the UK, who is second on the leaderboard right now with 27 million. Down to 44 players now, Dirty Harry. And fours still ahead, but gets called by ace-8. Edouard still a favourite.
Yeah, might be tempted to protect his hand now on the turn, given the slowdown from that player. Doesn't have to go big here. I'd like to see some bet of some variety here. I don't know if you're going to get check raise on this turn too often, although it's a possibility. If somebody's being really clever with like an overpair, I guess. I like that though. That's the size I was thinking too. That seems about right.
Line's currently 175, 350, going up inside of 10 minutes as M. Porter opens with Queen Jack. And we get a re-raise from Edouard with sixes.
Yeah, a bit of a smaller 3-bet size, but you know, especially against M. Porter, you're going to expect that they will peel pretty wide against a smaller sizing with their stack, especially when they have a shot at your bounty.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, the Maria Ho fan club is really out in force tonight. Raffle says Maria seems to be a genuinely nice person with good humour and a touch of sarcasm. I love that. You're pulling the wool over everyone's eyes, Maria. Congratulations. They believe you're a nice person.
You know, it took a while, but I finally got all of my burner accounts up and running, and it's great.
Okay,
Stoking the fires.
M. Porter open with queens. The flat from 9-6 of diamonds in the small from Vici, and now Swee Nixon deciding whether to call as well with Jack 3. Yeah, and oh wow. Wow, top pair, diamond draw, over pair. Chips may go a-flying.
Yeah, if Vici's the kind of player that wants to enter the pot with 9-6 diamonds in the small blind here against the chip lead, I get the impression he's probably not going to want to go anywhere on this flop. May even play it more aggressively versus the 800K. Decides just to flat with one player behind, and Jack 3 is definitely
wow.
Oh wow.
And the queens.
Well,
I mean
that's gotta be it for the flush draw here.
Has to fold the draw now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you could justify it if you were playing just for one bounty, but when it's for your tournament life as well, it's probably not going to be good enough anymore.
Oh wow, does
wow.
Wow.
They've had enough of M. Porter.
Bricks,
How
River, double KO, and M. Porter up to 69.5 million. Switching, because that table is closed, so let's follow M. Porter to their new seat assignment. Sat alongside Grozorg, a player we have watched many a time on one of our online streams. Grozorg is an Austrian mid to high stakes regular who's got $3.3 million in PokerStars earnings. Double bounty for M. Porter and nearly 70 million in chips, Maria.
Yeah, I mean, I guess let's just talk about how big their chip stack is and how big their chip lead is relative to all the other stacks, because it is very hard to ignore, and how well they seem to be running
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. So that double elimination took us down to 40 players. So we're now down to the final 5 tables. This is one of those tables. It's our feature table, headlined by the current chip leader, the current bounty boss, Importer 77 from Norway, last week's 73rd place finisher. And what an advantage now, 70 million, and Whip It Real from the UK's got 28 million.
So it looks like we might have another individual on our table here. Walexian88 in the chat is claiming to be Walexian124. I do believe we've actually confirmed that in the past. We do have an all-in here.
And we have domination rotation in Pylon's favour, and that is going to be a double up, still at 38 right now. Cannot believe the tear that Importer 77 is on right now. Has flattered the raise from Manolo, who has big slick and is still ahead on a queen high flop.
Wow. Max pressure with some backdoor draws there out of the chip leader.
Yeah, he's not slowing down, that's for sure. And that's what you want to do when you got those chips, especially when you have the incentive to win bounties as well.
And especially when you know that you are running well. And most likely you're going to hit some gin cards on future streets.
Yeah.
Might as well get more money in there.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
just
today's your
kings.
day, so make the most of it. Just kings. Oh, and just jacks behind. Just like, you know.
Okay.
Uh-oh, Maria.
I'm
The jacks are...
I'm going to tout that this is one of the occasions when Jax is not going to win.
Okay, but the board is going to come down that makes it easy for them to get away. Because jacks
Okay.
are easy to play. Okay.
There you go.
Maybe not this time.
I mean,
But now people know that we don't know what's going to happen. We don't see the flop before. We don't know what the board's going to run out before we do commentary. Sometimes people think we're commentating over things we've already seen.
no, I
Now
have
you
no
guys
idea
know.
what's going to happen here, but I would put a decent amount of money on Pylon going broke and Importer claiming yet another bounty.
Oh, wow.
There we go. That's a pretty committing raise from Pylon.
Yeah, that's a lot in there. Oh, wow.
And
Oh, wow.
Jack needed. Doesn't hit. Another huge pot for Importer. Another bounty for Importer. 83 million chips.
This is
Six
unreal.
and a half grand, near enough in head prizes. Currently worth $3,200. We have not seen a player
We've
with
never
a
seen this.
chip stack that big before we've got to the final table. No one's crossed the 80 million mark ahead of the final table
Oh.
before.
So, guys, what
Oh,
are you going
man.
to do with the rest of your night? You know, we should be out of here in
All
Well,
right.
this is going to be a chop pot. And guys, you know what they say.
Everyone
Everyone
loves
loves a chop pot.
pot. I feel like we're really
Moving
out of
on.
sync today, though, guys. I think there's some
Moving
delay.
on.
I did
Moving
my
on now.
job. I honestly can say I did what I am supposed to do given the delay. And the rest is out of my
Maria?
hands.
Maria, there
Excuse
is no
me,
I
yes?
in team. We have to work together. It's a collective.
No, John confirmed it. He said Maria was perfect. So, guys, I really don't know what to say.
Such a sweetheart, John. All right, that's
That
another
is
KO.
the elimination of Breno. Queen 10 no good against Ace King. We are down to 35 players. Grozorg is playing 13.7. Average stack right now is 14.5.
And Porter, ace jack on the button. Just give him more hands to play. Why not? King 7 probably should come along here. And it's another one of those boards where he's going to get lots of action here.
Yeah, surely. Oh,
Ooh.
okay. Maybe M. Porter is human after all.
He does bleed
Loses
occasionally, but when he does, it's not for much.
a small pot. Oh, hang
Yeah.
on. Could get bigger, though. 2.45. Does call. Down to 76 million.
Oh,
All
never
right,
mind.
Taylor Swift in chat. I know that there's a me in team.
M. Porter waking up with aces the very next hand because, you know, that didn't go so well. Let's give him another shot here. Action from the King-Queen. Chapax might come along for the absolute min here as well with the suited combo. But he is playing a very awkward stack depth, so he might get away from it. He does indeed. All right.
And
Kennick in the chat is asking, will we be streaming any of European Poker Tour? Of course. We've got an absolutely monstrous schedule lined up for you guys. Are we doing 11 days of streaming, James? Is that what you said to me last week?
8. I mean, you're only 3 out, but, you know, that's it's still a lot. It's still a decent quantity of days. We'll talk about our streaming plans for Barcelona a bit later on, but the key thing is, yeah, this will be the last Sunday Million stream that we do before EPT Barcelona. So for the next week, it's going to be live rather than online poker. In fact, yeah, there's going to be 2 weeks without a Sunday Million stream because we're all going to be traveling back on the Monday.
Yes, indeed. Sorry, Tom. Didn't mean to scare you with the 11 days. I was thinking I was going to be there for 12 days. Probably that's what it was.
The number of days you're there and the number of days that we're streaming are not the same, Nick. You're not like going to fly in on day one and start streaming immediately. I know that would be very on brand for you, but we're not doing that.
It would be. I'm just going to go above and beyond. I'm going to bring my laptop, streaming from the foyer of the hotel. It's all good.
I mean, there's enthusiasm and there's insanity, and there's a fine line between the two. 200,000, 400,000 blinds now, 34 remaining.
So ace-9 does decide to open here.
Jeff on YouTube says, okay, which of the three of you is in public? I hear background noise, lol. The noise you hear is the noise of the PokerStars Arena. Those are people at the tables playing in all of the online MTTs that PokerStars is running right now.
But if there were one of us in public, I feel like James's background looks the most superimposed, potentially.
I'm sorry, Maria, I don't know what you're saying. That is overlooking the main floor of the PokerStars Arena. So yes, the noise is coming from behind me because I'm in the heart of the action. I am in the venue where these online powerhouses are taking place.
Okay, folding around to the button.
I missed
Sorry,
it.
James.
When will be the last Sunday Million stream? I need to use my ticket. So we're not stopping the Sunday Million streams. There's just going to be a hiatus while we're in Barcelona. So there will be no stream next week, and there'll be no stream the week after. So you'll have 2 weeks without the Sunday Million. The next one will therefore be, he says, trying to do the math in his head. Nick, you're the one with the calendar on the wall. It's actually quite helpful because I can just see Sunday the 28th, so the stream will be Monday the 29th.
Correct.
Hi, Twitch
Oh,
chat.
there you go.
There he is.
There he is.
Well, Lexian, thank you for saying hello to everyone.
Hello, buddy. Will he get any action from the ace-deuce? I like that fold with the ace-deuce off. I think that's fine, given that setup.
Morning Star on YouTube asks, are you driving, James? To Barcelona? No. Although, I think I'd probably stand a better... I was going to say I'd stand a better chance of getting there if I drove. No, I've seen the situation trying to get on the Eurotunnel. I'm a little bit worried about flying out. I don't know whether you're going from Gatwick or Heathrow, Nick, but Heathrow is an absolute nightmare at the moment.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll be going from Gatwick, but I've been hearing nothing but nightmare stories coming out of every UK airport basically this entire summer. So yeah, might be a struggle.
So you guys need to show up 6+ hours before your flight takes off, it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, they're saying that the days of trying to show up with minimum time before your flight are over. Like, they're recommending at least 3 hours. If you have a layover, they're recommending 3 hours between flights. There's the sheer volume of people coming through the airports right now versus the number of staff being able to process them. There's a massive disconnect, and there have been cancellations of flights, and they're still occurring. So I'm kind of like double worried. I'm worried about what will happen if my flight gets cancelled, and then I'm worried what's going to happen if my flight doesn't get cancelled.
Yeah, plus with all of the baggage delays and things like that, I am going to just bring a carry-on and a backpack. I hope I can fit everything in there, but I am not checking in my luggage. Nope.
Yeah, you've got more transfers than us as well, Maria, so I think that might actually be clever. At least ours is direct on, I mean, yours is direct, isn't it, James?
Yes, absolutely.
Just got to get the old PokerStars jet out, you know? Where's the PokerStars PJ? What's going on with that?
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but there isn't one.
A likely
Okay,
story. We have it all in.
and King Queen not drawing dead, but thanks to Barry Greenstein, does not hit the river. Yeah, you see, Lem says, my advice for Heathrow is no check bags. It will save you almost 2 hours. Unfortunately, for the length of time that I need to go for and for the clothing that I need to bring,
Yeah.
I can't with just carry on.
But you guys do the little trick where you bring maybe 1 or 2 changes of clothing in your carry-on in case
Yes.
your bags are delayed. Yeah.
Yes.
Give yourself a little buffer, people.
Yes. But
It's a pro line.
if the suit and nice shoes and shirts don't make it, well. Channel 4 viewers are just going to have to cope with me in a PokerStars t-shirt.
So this was a 3-bet pot, you guys. Queen Jack actually doing a little bit of domination rotation here. Ace Jack, unfortunately, the big favorite pre-flop, but Queen Jack flop in top 2. And that's pretty much it on the turn.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even mind seeing a check here from Mosley. Like, he's played his hand in a way where he has SPR greater less than 1, so it's not like he'll struggle to get the chips on a later street. If he checks, yeah, I love it. He gives his opponent the opportunity to either bluff or, you know, sometimes catch up if they have like a random king or something like that. Give them a little bit more confidence if they do have a flop straight or a hand like Ace Jack for exactly. The 9 of clubs might actually kill the action on the river, though.
Yeah. Straighty paired board here.
And there it is.
Yeah, for everyone recommending hand luggage only, I don't want to sound like a douche, but the stuff I have to take for TV, the suits and shirts, I can't do it.
It doesn't
As
work.
much as I'd like to.
Yeah, not to mention, I mean, not only are you and Stapes not the same size, but I don't think you want to borrow any clothing from
God, no.
Stapes for your on-camera shots, James.
Hashtag fun fact: James Hardigan and Joe Stapes shared every piece of clothing that they performed on TV.
There was famously a year, and I believe it was in the Bahamas. I'm sure Joe wouldn't mind me telling this story. Actually, I'll leave it till the break. We're nearly at a break, and I'll tell you Joe's biggest packing faux pas to date.
I feel like Ace Queen is going to want to go buster here for this bounty, you guys. Grozorg with the Ace King suited probably just wants to put the rest in now. Doesn't have that many big blinds left. The effective all in. Why are you doing it, buddy? Put the rest in. There's no more action behind you. Oh, this delay.
Maybe a page jump?
Yep, correct.
Might be a page jump situation.
There is a
All right,
page jump.
well spotted.
Oh, this looks okay for Grozorg. That is going to be a double up, and that means we are still at 32 players. So still at 4 tables, playing down to the final table and playing down to a winner in this week's Sunday Million. They've reached the first break. 5-minute hiatus in the action. We'll come back to the action as soon as the players return to the tables and cards are in the air again. Actually, 31 players at the end of the first session. And it is Port at 77, who started the day as chip leader, who still has that huge stack, 71 million. So yes, let's have a quick chat while the players are on break. And I want to talk a little bit about Mr. Stapleton, and we'll talk about why he's not here in just a moment. But a few years back at the Bahamas, Joe had a bit of a logistics problem with his packing, where he brought the wrong suit, in the sense that he had a pair of suit pants that didn't go with the jacket, a jacket that was actually from an old suit that was too small for him, and he bought a pair of shoes, except they were 2 left shoes from 2 different pairs. So he ends up wearing the suit pants that he brought, a spare jacket that I had which almost matched the suit pants he did and actually just about fit him, and one of our producers' shoes that didn't actually go with his outfit, but we kind of had to keep framing it so the shoes were out of shot.
Gosh.
That is a true story. But no, Joe, obviously not with us on the stream this week, will be with us in Barcelona. He is, as we referenced last Monday, in Edinburgh right now with his show American Apologist at the Edinburgh Fringe. Nick, you were up in Scotland this weekend. Were you there for opening night on Friday?
I was there for opening night. So, and when I finished stream around 4 o'clock on Thursday, I immediately jumped on a train and I headed straight up there. I got the train up because the planes were being a bit weird, as we discussed already. It's actually quite a nice journey if you guys have never done that, from London to Edinburgh, especially if you're doing it sort of more during the day. It's quite picturesque and it's super fast, actually. Once you get to London, it's only like 4.5, 5 hours. So I just chilled, read my book, got there, woke up bright and early on the Friday, went straight out to meet some friends, and then obviously joined him for his 10 p.m. show. But if you guys are in that area, definitely go check it out. He's going to be playing pretty much every single night. Highly recommend it. He's on great form. I know this is what Joe really loves to do, and you can really tell. So definitely go give him a look if you guys are in the area and you want to go catch a little bit of Fringe. I mean, also there's other great stuff going on at the event too. Fringe, yeah. Edinburgh Fringe is legendary, and they're putting out all the stops specifically for this because it's a big return for them as well, coming out of the COVID times.
Yeah, and of course, I guess it was helpful for his first show, Nick, that there were so many friendly faces in the crowd. I know a lot of people from the poker circuit made it to that first show on Friday night.
Yeah, it was cool. I mean, so obviously Andy Wilson, Bowie Effect, he was there. We had a bunch of other friendly faces from stream as well. A couple of my mates who actually were from Edinburgh who were kind of showing us the ropes during the day as well. But lots and lots of people came out of the woodwork and sort of showed up last minute. A couple of people we had two friends from the production team here at PokerStars that made the journey up as well. So I think it was, it was a good showing for us, for sure. It was nice to show up and support him on his opening day. Hopefully that set him up in good stead for the rest of his performances.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I hope the rest of the shows go well. I know we had a dark day yesterday and was actually playing some poker, which was being live blogged randomly. My concern, Maria, is that when we get him back with us in Barcelona, he's going to be broken, because I imagine that the mental and physical toll of this run, because you and I know how stressed Joe gets about this stuff. You know, I want him to still have some stamina for the 8, not 11, but 8 days of live streaming we're going to be doing.
Yeah, do we know how many days off he has? Is it literally back-to-back, or when does Fringe Festival? Zero. Wow.
So he actually he was actually meant to do up to and including Saturday the 13th. So Michael Ian Black and Danny Zucker are going to do that last show on the Saturday, because after Friday night, Joe has a 6 a.m. flight on Saturday to be on site with us in Barcelona for our tech check and rehearsal day, and then our first broadcast day is Sunday. So 0 break, 0 rest.
I mean, that is insane. I don't know, but Stapes always manages to pull it out. He finds energy from somewhere. I mean, I don't know what it is, what substance, what caffeine he gets it from, but whatever it is, it's going to work for him.
I think that, you know, now he's getting on a bit, now that he is nearing 50, I'm not sure he still has that stamina. I'm not sure he still has those energy reserves, but ultimately, I just want this week to go really well. I know it's something he wanted to do back in 2020, but couldn't for obvious reasons. So I'm glad he finally has got to have his own show at Edinburgh. And look, we'll take him in whatever form he comes to us. Fortunately, we have got an expanded team in Barcelona. Obviously, Nick and Maria are part of that stream, along with Griffin as well. We will talk in detail about our Barcelona streaming plans a bit later on, and it's an awesome opportunity for me to plug the podcast that Joe and I recorded last week that will be released on Thursday of this week. But we'll talk about that a bit later on. The key thing to mention right now is that, Nick, you get yourself a break until the next tournament break. Maria and I will continue to call the action at our feature table in this week's Sunday Million. Sticking with table M Porter. How can we go with any other table right now, Maria? M Porter with this ridiculous chip lead.
Yeah, and of course, with that chip lead usually comes aggression, so not surprised to see them continue to get involved in a lot of pots. But here, got a multi-way pot brewing, just down to heads up now. Pretty fair fight. Ace high still ahead, though.
Yep, and Walexian, who is watching on Twitch this evening, gets the double up, has 7 million. Average stack right now is 17 million. Oh, here come the snowmans.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
And now we've got M Porter with the Grafton. Wow. Calls the shove, and Grozorg reshoves. That will get rid of M Porter, and it's a race. And that ace high flop will decide it. Grozorg KOs a player, takes a bounty. We are down to 28. Still moving quickly, as is the norm for the progressive knockout version of the Sunday Million. Lawrence says on YouTube, in Maria we trust. I mean, again, how you've managed to fool them, I have no idea. No idea.
I really appreciate all of the nice comments, but I feel like you guys are making James a little uncomfortable because he feels like James knows the real me and he doesn't agree with you guys.
I think in this kind of environment, this kind of extended live stream where it's maybe a bit more relaxed and you're in vision the whole time, I actually think it'd be really hard to put on an appearance where you try to be someone you're not. I think this platform is not very forgiving of people who have, shall we say, an on-air persona that's a million miles away from what they're like in real life.
Yeah, and I feel like, especially now that we've done so many of these, I also just realized I don't need to be so polished. I feel like when I first started broadcasting in general, I felt a little rigid and stiff because I was like, okay, I gotta sit upright, I gotta look professional, I gotta, you know, do my broadcast voice. And then now I'm just like, no, this is pretty authentically me, guys. So I hope you guys like it. Thank you for being kind.
What you see is what you get. Oddsam93 says, will there be live tournaments again soon? I mean, how many times have we mentioned EPT Barcelona? The marketing machine clearly not working. But we will discuss it again and again and again. But certainly at the next break, we'll go through our plans for streaming the European Poker Tour event from Barcelona.
Ace, eight of spades with a lot of equity.
This is a rotation situation, and already with the nut flush with street flash potential. Boring.
Yeah, definitely not the best run out for ace-jack. Not sure if they're going to be able to hero, especially this sizing. Yeah, quick fold.
Okay, well, this is a great spot for Walexian. Had that double up earlier and now has aces with a player ahead of them with ace-king.
Yeah, with the bounty on the line, if you just shove with aces here, even if your opponent doesn't have a hand as strong as ace-king, they're going to be incentivized to call with a lot of other hands as well for that bounty. So,
King on the flop. But safe turn, safe river. Walexian doubles up again. 11.3 million. Still a below average stack, but crucially still alive in this week's Sunday Million. 28 players remaining. We referenced a prize jump a short while ago, but we haven't referenced the prize money. Right now, you are cashing out for $841.58. And when we get to 23, there's another ladder, and everyone will be guaranteed more than $1,000. $1,180 will be the next payout after this. Well, Spraggy, ace-7, still good.
yeah, Manolo betting here is just really betting for that extra equity of that straight draw that doesn't come in. Plus, perhaps, you know, trying to take the lead so that they're able to dictate the sizing of the bet, but check, check on the river.
So the gap has narrowed between the chip leader and the player who's second on the leaderboard. M. Porter, I mean, still out by a significant margin. 67.8 million is at our feature table right now. Kylix 42. Tao Naves from Brazil has 38.5 million. So again, not within touching distance of M. Porter, but not the huge advantage, the like 3-to-1 advantage that M. Porter had before. This is a set for Grozorg. Oh, I should press this. And blinds up to 250,000. 500,000. There was a question earlier on, Maria, Sid Hoffman saying any reason that Maria and Nick aren't playing Barcelona. You do intend to play the main event, and obviously we will utilize your services on commentary as and when you are not playing.
Yeah, I am going to play the main on 1B, and hopefully you guys won't hear me in the commentary booth, but you will see me on a feature table if I make it deep enough.
But there is a plan B. Let's just say if plan A, which obviously we're all rooting for, does not come to fruition, there is a plan B. Obviously, we can't extend the same courtesy to everyone. We need some people who we can guarantee will be available to be behind the microphone. So Nick Walsh is in that camp, and Nick is very much dedicated to the stream. And ace-king versus ace-9. And ace-king still ahead.
Yeah, M. Porter with the 9 of clubs as well, but just going to fold to Manolo's c-bet.
Well, ace-jack for 2 players here. Chapex with queen-9 suited. Decides to go for it, and this is a virtual all-in, and that shove from Walexian might force Grozorg to fold the same hand.
Yeah, about 20 bigs out of Walexian, so kind of tough. Yeah, doesn't want to risk almost half their stack to make that call off.
And that is a KO, and Walexian on a nice little run. Couple of double ups, takes out a player and claims a bounty. 15 million Well, Exian says that was a nice bounty. You betcha. Well, ace high flop. This is all Grozorg. Oh, scratch that. Club on the turn.
Yeah, especially blind versus blind. I don't think this top pair of aces is going to be able to get away cheaply, but does the flush want to go ahead and raise now? Okay, looks like they do. Sometimes, you know, you could just call and raise the river, give your opponent a little more rope.
Blind v blind, 7-6 for Pivas. Moleswy. With king 5, and king high is the best hand.
Pivas with a stab, and it's going to get it done.
Well, we are getting closer to the final 3 tables. 26 remain. Down to 3 tables when we hit 24, and then there will be that money jump when we get to 23. Fishy Donga's asking, is there a delay? Obviously there's a delay. You can't stream Cards Up Poker without a delay. 30 minutes. And yes, Lobster, it does say it in the middle of the table, but as evidenced in this particular hand, when there is a pot, when there is a board, it covers the bit on the table that references the delay. I think this might be my favorite comment of the day. Swiss wine on YouTube. Maria Ho, can we offer exclusively wine from Switzerland?
Yes, let me just drop my shipping address in the chat.
Queen 6 is good.
Pair 6. Yeah, going for half pot for value. Does get looked up.
Julian asking about the next major online series on PokerStars. WCoop is coming. Full details will be revealed while we're in Barcelona, but the dates are out there. Starts on Sunday the 4th, runs until Wednesday the 28th of September. Just putting the finishing touches to our streaming plans, and that's something we'll be able to talk about during Barcelona, and certainly when we do our next podcast. Post the EPT, pre-WCoop, Joe and I will run you through everything that we are streaming from that series. FT Beast says, postcode of Tawny. Thank you, guys. The PokerStars Arena does not have a postal code. Being a virtual space, it exists online. And I'm not going to give you my postcode. I'm not going to fall for the I'll send you some Swiss wine trick.
Both players not with much, but does river a pair of 9s for Mols. What are we how are we pronouncing this person's name? I don't know. I'm not going to try. What have you been calling?
Moleswy.
Moleswy. Moleswy?
Yeah.
All right.
I look
We'll
at
go
it
with
and I see Mogwai, but it's not.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
And Porter finding jacks in the big blind. Got middle pair versus a pair fours for Manolo, but does have the betting lead and gonna go for half pot here, hoping to fold out a lot of the hands that very clearly will have equity against a pair of fours, but with this run out, probably not going to be able to get Grozork to fold two pair, but will they turn it into a bluff catcher or will they try to go for a little bit of value themselves?
Micro Donkey says there is no arena. I mean, some people say the moon landing didn't happen. You know, if you're going to buy into these conspiracy theories, I can't help you.
Right? Those are fighting words, James. These people are picking a fight today.
There is no arena. Who would sit on arena to watch 109 buy? No, not sit to watch you fall. That's where the games are played. The PokerStars Arena hosts the tables. The PokerStars Arena is the venue. You're the audience watching at home. Ace-6 still good. Micro Donkey, I wish to see that crowd even for a second just to make sure. It's the players at the tables. You can see them. Well, you can see them represented by their avatars. I have to respect the privacy of online poker. We can't show you the faces of the players.
Grozork trying to get Molsui to fold a hand very much like the one that they have, you know, second pair, bottom pair, and it does get through. Nice play by Grozork.
So, what Micro Donkey, Maria, who is not playing in this week's Sunday Million, says they're playing from a house, not from the arena. Well, Xin88, who is very much playing in this week's Sunday Million, confirms, I am playing in the arena. It's real. Thank you. Moving on. Flush draw for Grozork to go with a pair of sixes.
Yeah, and this texture, Pivas is not going to be able to get to showdown. Just going to fold. Three bet from the ace-king, but Grozork decides to call with the suited queen and outflops the ace-king, but definitely still some equity for the ace-queen, the ace-king, I'm sorry.
You go, Jeff, on YouTube, who's got everyone sharing their favourite starting hands right now. For Jeff, it's tens. And then for Ascari, it's 7 deuce offsuit. What's your favourite starting hand? Head on over to YouTube. Let Jeff know.
Manolo going for another bet here. Considering they did 3-bet pre, of course, you know, it's not out of the realm of possibility that they really do have aces or kings, big overpairs here. And of course, that is what Grozorg is afraid of. Even with top pair against a 3-bet range pre, if you give them credit, yeah, it's going to work.
Well, I see ace king for Walexian on the button. Opens to 1.3. Manolo with ace 7 suited. Oh, gets frisky. Re-raises, and a great spot for Walexian to get another double up.
Yeah, unfortunately, might just be committed here with the bounty on the line to call it off. Way behind.
And this is a domination situation, but the 7, it is always coming. And unlucky for Walexian, who is KO'd. Eliminated in 24th place, cashing out for $841.58. And Walexian also claiming $2,500 in bounties. Good game, sir. We are now down to 23. That means players have now locked up more than $1,100. Nice to see you've joined the YouTube conversation, Maria, with the utterly predictable aces.
Boring, but true, guys. Manolo turning top pair now. And Grozorg may call this turn bet and decide on the river just because you would expect that the pre-flop aggressor is going to bet when an ace comes, going to try to rep that type of hand. So doesn't necessarily give them full credit for having it quite yet. Can Manolo find a value bet here on the river? No, does just check back.
Walexian says, don't feel sorry for me. I won 3.3K from $109. I got second in the 22 Mini Friday for 2.2K. So I've won $6,000 in 3 days. I've never cashed for that much before. Had a blast. Love the players and the game.
Now that is real hashtag positivity there. I like it.
Hashtag positivity, honestly.
Ace, Jack of Hearts, really nice hand in the small blind. Just goes for all of it. Has the pre-flop razor covered. Easy shove here for Molesweed. They could also try to limp shove over a potential open from their opponent, but just goes for the shove. Ooh, outflopped.
That is another elimination, but that is a ladder for Molesweed, who gets 1180 plus cashes out for 1,000 in head prizes. So 22 remaining now. Aces and threes for the chip leader, Import at 77. And now there is a player, that player being Manolo, Maria, who is getting closer to Importer's stack.
Yeah, definitely nice to have such a big stack, but probably not as nice to have the chip leader on your left. Set of deuces for Iceman. Not a whole lot for Grozorg, just one overcard, some backdoor straight potential.
And Iceman wins it on the flop. So 1 and 2 in chips at the feature table right now. Those players being Importer and Manolo. Kylix 42, we've referenced a few times. Another Brazilian player sits in 3rd position right now. The shortest stacks are Ferguson and Suarez. The shortest stack right now, 2.5 million, and we are at the 300,000, 600,000 blind level. Guys, I think they pre-pick winners when you register into the tournament. What do you think? I think that you no longer have the right to speak. Ask a stupid question. Don't be surprised if you're met with that response.
Pivas went for a little bit of a check raise with that straight draw and didn't get through so far. We'll see if they want to continue here. Two-thirds pot bet. Can Iceman still continue with just ace high? Nope.
PD Orc says, James, have you ever seen a Scottish person make it to the final table? If you mean of the Sunday Million, the honest answer is I don't know, because all players in the UK play under the UK flag, and we don't know which specific country, nation they are from. So the answer is possibly. For example, PVAS 2 could be England, could be Wales, could be Scotland. All I know is United Kingdom. It's not the Commonwealth Games where we break them down.
Iceman tried to semi-bluff with that straight draw. Doesn't come in on the river, but will they find another barrel, trying to get Pivas to fold second pair here? This is a blind versus blind pot, so I mean, pot size bet might do it, though. Of course, there's a couple of busted draws from the flop, the flush draw, the 6X's.
Oh!
Wow. Nice.
Nice call by Pivas 2, who now has 9s. Pivas catapults up to 3rd place on the leaderboard.
Really nice call by Pivas. But really nice attempt by Iceman as well. Just because it doesn't work, James, doesn't mean it wasn't a good bet.
But he lost the pot.
Sounds like something Stapes would say.
Oh, don't say that. Come on.
because Stapes moans that, like, no matter what he does, he can never win. If he does the right thing, he can't win. If he does the wrong thing, he can't win. If he gets it in good, he can't win.
Well, it's really weird because this is an occasion where we've recorded the podcast several days before its release. So I'm in a position to actually directly reference stuff that Joe says in the show, but don't want to because I want everyone to hear it for themselves when the show's released on Thursday. Let's just say that Joe talks about a poker session that doesn't actually end as negatively as most of his poker sessions.
Well, I feel like it's a good thing you guys have that on record because we might need to play it back for him.
From now on, and that's why I want everyone to listen to the podcast, remember the details so we can throw this in his face whenever he complains about how he never wins. Staz. All in with ace-8. Called by the 7-6.
Wow,
Hello.
bounty hunting by Iceman.
Oh, and makes the straight
Oh my
on the river.
gosh. You know, they knew it was coming. What can we say about that?
Wow. That is an aggressive call that results in a KO and takes us down to the final 20. Ice,
and this
ice,
is what happens
baby.
in PKOs.
Yes. You can justify anything you do with one word. Bounty. And Whip It Real cannot call with threes on that board. I had to reread this message. Ibrev wrote, "I would punch my monitor," which is completely understandable and acceptable. I read that as, "I would punch my mother." And that's why I had to go back and read it again. And I don't know
A little less
what that's
acceptable.
Yeah. By the way, I think that says more about my prescription than it does about any kind of strange psychological connections. So, yes, Farmer 82.
Have you ever-
Manolo is a Brazilian player.
Have you heard that in blackjack they call 17 the mother-in-law because you want to hit it but you can't?
Oh
Yeah.
my God. I mean, if that was a joke in like the late 1970s, I'd say checks out. Do people still say that? Is that kind of humor, A, still acceptable, and B, in any way funny?
I heard somebody say that not too long ago. That's when I first learned about it. I think the first time I heard about it was maybe a few years ago, and somebody at the table said it. And I was like, excuse me?
Wow. This is a straight for Pivas. Johnny predicts a punt is incoming. I mean, Iceman can't be in love too much with top pair on this board. And does fold. And Jack 9 of diamonds for Pivas 2. Raises to 1.3 million. Nines all in, and Pivas folds. Sixes open, king jack flats, king queen flats, open-ended straight draw for M Porter, top pair for Whip It Real. And there is the password for a free roll that is running this evening. Registration has just opened. If you are an existing PokerStars player and you are in a market that is running the free roll tonight, you now have access because the password's on screen. By the way, M Porter has just turned the nuts. If you are somewhere in the world where PokerStars does not offer real money gaming, chances are the free roll isn't available. In fact, I know it won't be available. If you are in a place where the Sunday Million doesn't run, certain markets in North America, for example, the free roll will not be available. You can't find it in the lobby, chances are you can't play, but if you can find it, if you're there already, if you've seen that registration is open, the password is there, and there is 10 minutes of registration, 10 minutes of late reg. Top 100 get tickets to the Sunday Million, and then the runners-up after that will get Road to Sunday Million tickets. Nice man, all in with queens, ace-5 offsuit. By the way, after winning that pot with the nut straight, M Porter 77 is up to nearly 78 million. Manolo still in second place on the leaderboard. Pivaz 2 sits in third. So the three biggest stacks of the final 19 players all at this feature table. We will be down to 2 tables when we get to the final 16. And a domination situation here, Maria, as Pivaz re-raises with the ace-10.
Yeah, gonna lose some chips with this board, but maybe not too many. Depends on if Manolo wants to fast play right now or perhaps just call and wait to raise on a later street.
Manolo now has a 100% lock on the hand.
Yeah, and goes for a really big sizing. 2 flush draws possible, of course, and also a gut shot straight draw from the flop, potentially in Pivas's hand. Doesn't want to give them a cheap look at the river, but, you know, definitely puts ace-10 in a tough situation because Manolo could also have a combo draw of sorts, but does end up folding correctly.
And the blinds have just gone up to 350,000, 700,000.
And Manolo continues to just creep up in the chip counts. But again, M Porter being to their left could make things a little tricky for them at some point.
Ace-King versus Ace-8. Ace-King still good. Roomy23 asks, what's the code, lads? First of all, there are no lads plural, and I don't think I qualify as a lad either. Secondly, use your eyes! Moving on.
Is lads like a little bit of a term similar to bro? Or what would you say is like the American equivalent of a lad?
Yeah, I think probably a bro. I think many people will accept guys as a gender-neutral plural, even though, strictly speaking, it applies to men. I absolutely hate the word lad. To me, I have a very strong vision of what a lad is, and not my people.
Grozorg could be tempted. Yeah, I mean, just in these positions, hard to get away from ace-jack.
And domination situation will see Grozorg eliminated in 18th place, adding to their not insignificant PokerStars earnings. Grozorg cashing out for 1180 plus 1800 in bounties, and that will take us down to 18. Grozorg out in 19th place.
Yeah, not much they could do in that spot given the late position open and the squeeze. Just about 20 bigs effective.
And the King Jack open will win the blinds and antes. I think there's a pretty strong chance that by the end of this session we will be at 2 tables, down to the final 16, as we see Whip It Real open with queens. The 3-bet from Seaton 1998, who's made a deep run in the Sunday Million recently. Recognize that Spider-Man avatar. Queen's all in, and King 10 is committed. Has to call. And straight draw. But does not improve. Season 1998 dispatched in 18th place. Now we're one away from the final 2 tables, as Whippet moves up to 30 million in chips, sits 6th on the leaderboard. Yes, it was the Sunday Million 4 weeks ago. Thank you to StatTrick for reminding me that Seaton actually made the final table and came 4th in that tournament. $10-5 against sixes, and poor Pivaz is outflopped by the unstoppable M Porter.
Yeah, not surprised to see Pivas go for that bet on the flop for protection, though, but might slow down here on the turn. Still doesn't. Kind of thin value. I think this, though, is going to be the action killer.
Back up over 80 million. And Porter, the chip leader. Manolo, 1991, also at this feature table, 2nd in chips. And then we have an Irish player called Alton97, who sits in 3rd with 46.8 million. We'll be at 2 tables soon enough. Not Ultron. It is not their time.
I'd imagine if Whip It Real G check back the flop, then they would feel inclined to check back that turn as well. And Iceman, you know, feels like they had some showdown value with the ace high. Of course, can't love a king on the river.
It's the bond. 7-5 of spades for Whip It Real G. Manolo still ahead with ace high. Sorry, Electric Jeans. Well, Lexian is not still in, but was happy with their result. 2 decent scores over the course of the last few days, and enjoyed the experience of playing in the PokerStars arena and being featured on stream. And Porter has the Grafton 10-9 suited. It's been opened by P-Vaz with King-8 of diamonds. And it is M. Porter who flops best, second pair.
Pivas decides to check back, and don't think that it's a good turn to decide to put in a delayed c-bet, but they do.
And M. Porter now with 3 pair. Pivas tries to bluff it, gets snap called. 89 million chips now for M. Porter. Yeah. It wasn't that long ago, Pivas was 3rd in chips. Pivas is now one of the shortest stacks.
M. Porter, yeah, with the type of hand that I think is good for a 3-bet, especially against a late position open. Except Manolo actually has a very strong hand on the button.
Well, both players with straight draws. And Porter, a 4-1 dog. 3-bet pre, does not continue, checks to Manolo.
Manolo goes, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Manolo bets pretty big, gets called. The straight for M. Porter on the turn. Manolo now with a pair, facing a bet of 11.2 million, calls it, and M. Porter is now up over 100 million, 111 mil. And now M. Porter has ace-5 suited.
Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
I mean, what's interesting, Maria, is that M. Porter has just won pretty decent pots. That last pot, huge, against the other big stacks. So the advantage is now really opening up again.
Yeah, and you know, in that hand, even though Manolo was actually in position, that's why it's really hard when you have a bigger stack than you to your left, because eventually you're going to end up having to perhaps play a sizable pot against them, and most of the time it's going to be out of position, which puts you at a disadvantage. So it's just a tough, kind of unfortunate, but often inevitable when you have 2 big stacks seated almost next to each other.
And we did see a better hand fold there, the power of M. Porter. Kylix 42 is second in chips right now, has 48 mils, so better than a 2-1 advantage for the current chip leader. The start of day chip leader, M. Porter at 77, sat at our feature table with 114 million. You'll notice, by the way, we are now at 16. We are down to the final 2 tables. Registration in the free roll open for another 5 minutes. Well, this isn't going to work. Iceman with jacks. Oh, okay. A set versus a flush draw. This could get spicy.
Yes, but so far, James, Jack's still in the lead.
And bets 1.27 million. The raise from M. Porter.
Yeah, M. Porter going for the aggressive line with that flush draw, straight draw, and they have all the chips. Oh, no.
Now drawing dead. Iceman with the boat. No doubt feeling super confident, and M. Porter decides to barrel, having raised the flop, makes it 8.5 million on the turn. I mean, is this correct play, Maria, or just positive tilt?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's a good play in the sense that oftentimes you will get your opponent to fold a lot of weaker hands on the flop with that check raise, and of course you don't know you're drawing dead already on the turn, and you think you have a lot of equity. Now this river might be a bad card for you to continue, and M. Porter does end up giving up, and they will be happy that they did not make their flush or their straight when they see this, if they don't decide to do anything crazy now against that small bet size.
Yeah, folds the small bet, and now we've got Kylix, who recently joined the feature table. We talked about Kylix earlier on. This is Tawan Naves, a Brazilian player who's got 2.6 million in PokerStars earnings and won a Scoop trophy early this year. Took down a 1K no limit hold'em event for 72 grand. A high stakes reg, and in a four-way pot here with King Jack. Queen 3 of diamonds, the best hand. Pair of threes and a flush draw. And now that Jack on the turn changes things. Kylix becomes the favorite. And Manolo betting 4 into 6.6. Should get rid of the other players. And, oh, it's not the diamond, but it's another 3, Maria.
That is a very sneaky way to win this pot. I don't think Kylix is going to be able to get away. Won't see this coming. But really big sizing out of Manolo.
Yeah, and yeah, makes the call with a pair of jacks, and Manolo back up to 58.7 million as the blinds go up to 400,000, 800,000. 15 players remaining in this week's Sunday Million. Kylix with deuces against the ace-10. Has the deuce of diamonds, but oof.
Yeah, just very defensive lead, though, out of the deuces.
Kylix gets a little bit back. Okay, we've got ace-queen for Rick Roger, and M. Porter has the snowmans. Num. I believe registration in the free roll is going to close in 60 seconds. Actually, 50 seconds.
Whip it real G, trying to get in there with a flat against the 20 big blind open from under the gun.
So are we going to go three-way to the flop, or is M. Porter going to do something funky here with eights in the big? Nope, just calls. And eights still the best hand. The gut shot for Rick Roger, plus 2 live cards. No, if you don't register in the free roll in the next 5 seconds, you can't play. And you're done.
A third pot from the sixes.
Interesting that it's the sixes that stick around and not the eights, but Rick Roger with the best hand now.
Yeah, Rick Roger kind of proceeding with caution because they're afraid of perhaps the trip tens, but I think after the check back on the turn, they decide to go for some value.
Rick Roger wins the last hand of the session, and we hit the second break of the day. We are down to 2 tables in this week's Sunday Million. Started the day with 69, currently have 15, and it is M. Porter, 77, who topped the leaderboard at the start of play today, who's still in the number 1 position in the catbird seat, playing 98 million. Iceman, second in chips right now with 58 million. Manolo in third with a similar stack. Back to the action inside of 5 minutes as we welcome Nick Walsh back into the booth. And we can now talk in a little bit more detail about what we will be bringing you from EPT Barcelona. And at this point, I am going to shamelessly plug the next episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast. It is our EPT Barcelona preview show. We speak to a player who I consider to be a bit of a Barcelona legend. He's probably best known for winning an EPT in Prague and maybe even better known for winning the World Series of Poker main event in 2019. But Hussein Ensan first burst onto the scene in Barcelona in 2014, winning the first ever European Poker Tour Seniors event and making the final table in the 100th EPT main event, doing a deal, cashing out in third place. Hussein Ensan is the guest for our Barcelona preview show, but we mostly talk about the streams we're going to be doing, and it does start on Sunday with the Estrellas final table. Now, the thing that we've not been talking about is what's happening on the Monday. We mentioned the fact that we've got this Platinum Pass event with these women who took part in a special promotion playing for a Platinum Pass, but the event in the evening, and Joe is excited and a little bit nervous about this. True Geordie, the Showdown, is coming to Barcelona. True Geordie's bringing a couple of members of his crew to an EPT. They're going to play the Showdown on location. Lex Spraggy and Joe Stapleton are playing in that game. Now, Maria, some people say that there was an event that Joe played in that took place in the PCA in 2016. You and I know that that never happened, and there is no video evidence to contradict me. But had such an event occurred, I imagine it wouldn't have gone particularly well, so I'm intrigued to see what happens this time.
Yes. So I personally can confirm that no footage exists. At least I've never seen any of this so-called game. But yeah, I mean, I am interested to see how Stapes is going to fare. It sounds like some heavy hitters in that lineup. I'm a little afraid for him, not going to lie.
Yeah, if you want to see the lineup and want to know a little bit more about the Showdown, there was a piece written by Howard Swain to the PokerStars blog that went up this afternoon. Now, the meat and potatoes, if you consider those to be the prelims, right, we've got that Estrellas final table. We're doing the Platinum Pass event and the True Geordie stream. That's Sunday, Monday. The real meat and potatoes is the following 6 days. EPT Super High Roller final table, EPT main event coverage. Nick, I imagine that this is going to be a pretty huge event. We know the appetite is there to play live. We know that people love Barcelona. We know that the Estrellas is back, and that's going to bring more Spanish players than in recent years. So I think we could see more than 2,000 total entries in the EPT main.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, obviously, you know, live poker sort of slowly making its way back into normality after some time away for obvious reasons. But as you say, the Spanish community in itself is already so in love with the game of poker. They're already going to be out in force for the Estrellas events already. So just adding that on top of, you know, anybody who's had any success in the previous tournaments as a sort of prelim, and then having a few extra bucks to actually place the main events. And then obviously all the qualifiers that we get from online and stuff like that too. I mean, yeah, everyone says Barcelona is always a favorite. And I think we're going to see that during this Barcelona for sure.
Absolutely. So on Wednesday of next week, we'll pick up the action on day 2 of the main event. That will be the bubble day, so expect world-famous bubble coverage.
Nice.
They're going to be long days, just like in Monte Carlo. Not quite as brutal as Monte Carlo, but still pretty long. We've got to get this done by Sunday. That's when it concludes with the final table. So basically, the full schedule is on the PokerStars blog. We talk about it in detail on the podcast, which is released on Thursday. All you really need to know is there will be a stream every day from Sunday the 14th to Sunday the 21st of August. 8 consecutive days of streaming from EPT Barcelona, hopefully involving Maria if she doesn't make a deep run in the EPT main. And if she does, in many ways, that's even better. And for your bankroll, I'm sure that's the case. But Nick, you and I will be dedicated to the stream. Joe and Griffin will be with us as well. Really looking forward to it. But right now, it's back to the Sunday Million. I'm taking a break. Nick and Maria are going to follow the final 2 tables.
Yes, we are. All right, guys, so getting back into it, 15 entries remain in this week's Sunday Million. Obviously, we're playing down to a winner still. M. Porter is still way out there in front with 98 million chips. You can see him bottom right here in the small blind. He is the player we are going to be following along with closely. And looks like he's going to come in for a little limp here to get started. 15 left, Maria. We're getting down to it now.
Yeah, and M. Porter still involved in a lot of pots as the chip leader here in a BVB situation. Not getting the 6s to fold quite yet.
Wow, that full pot turn, 4 million with the gut shot here. Double gut shot, in fact, is that right? 5, 6, 7, yeah. Okay, that'll do it. That'll do it. Boom, wants every single penny.
Yeah, I just think Rick Roger doesn't have enough hand to call, even though at some point, you know, these players are probably going to be getting sick of M. Porter, feeling like they're just pushing their weight around a little bit with that big chip stack. Just think this is a little bit too weak of a bluff catcher.
Yeah, at this stage, I think this would be a fairly monumental hero fail. And there you go, 12 million straight back in. Oh my days! Look at this, guys. What a setup hand. So we're 2 hands back in from our second break here, and 10 Jack is going to open here. The Jack 10 suited. Ace King is going to get involved. Ace is right behind, and then the 9s covering all 3 of the initial players entering into this pot as well. So this is going to get spicy really quick. I think there's a chance that M. Porter might. I mean, as aggressive as he's been throughout this entire session, there's even a chance that he'll get away from the 9s, given the cold 4-bet we're about to see. I mean, potentially even just a flat here as well, I suppose. Yep,
yeah,
sure
that's sexy. I like the
Yeah.
just flat, but M. Porter still is able to get away. But now, you know, Iceman, ends up folding as well,
no.
of course. Wow.
Surely
just
not.
1.5 million back. And
Oh, no. Wow. Kylix taking an absolutely savage beat there. I mean, it was an effective all-in, right, Maria? So, you know, that is what it is, right? But it's really funny because if you look at that pot now, if you were to look at a tracker, it would basically indicate that you got all your money in bad on the flop because there was still a few bucks behind left. So it's one of those really, really annoying ones. It's going to look bad on the graph, but you did the right thing. And I'm with you as well, Maria. I think the flat there is really, really nice. I think that's what you want to do in bounty tournaments especially.
yeah, I think Pivas might put all the chips in here from the small blind, but gonna get looked up, I'm sure, by the 5s.
Oh, yeah. So Iceman, obviously, with the dominating hand. Pivas might delay here a little bit. Just taking a look at the pay jumps here. Looks like we are getting pretty close. So currently, everyone is taking home at least $1,656.28. We are still 2 away from a jump. In fact, there's 14. We're now down to 14, so we're right on the pay jump as we speak, which is probably why he's going to delay here a little bit. Makes the call. Currently dominated. Needs an ace or a double paired board. Doesn't quite get there, and Pivas is eliminated in 14th place. That means we're going up. That is a pay jump. The Pivas goes home with $1,080 in bounties and $1,656.28 in actual dollars won. Congratulations, sir.
Yeah, this will also be another 3-bet situation here coming out of the ace queen of diamonds on the button.
Yeah, I mean, at this rate, we're going to get down to a final really quick here, Maria. I mean, do you think that M. Porter hoarding just such a huge portion of the entire chips in play is just kind of going to force the action on the other players?
Yeah, and also, you know, once we get shorthanded, I think players start to just naturally feel like they have to open up their game a little bit more.
Yep. Yep. Absolutely.
Pushing the action.
I mean, I think Iceman, as one of the chip leaders here, could definitely start entering pots with hands like ace-4 off here. It's pretty difficult for the button and the small blind to really play back super hard given their current setup and chips. And obviously a couple players on either table right now going to be looking pretty shallow at this stage. And the pay jumps are coming in. So as I just said, now that we're down to 13, the next pay jump is 2,323.49. So, you know, pretty decent jump up there from our last elimination from PVAS.
Iceman going for the min bet with second pair and no heart as backup. I like this raise out of Kylix. You know, an overcard to that flop, a heart, some potential for a straight draw on the turn as well. And you expect that the pre-flop aggressor is going to c-bet a monotone board a pretty high percentage of the time, so that is going to get it done.
Yeah, it's going to work there for sure. I mean, as you said, once we get shorthanded, you know, the sort of the likelihood that your opponent is just going to have a king of hearts, ace of hearts there kind of decreases because their range just opens up so wide. They're going to have a lot weaker hearts that they're willing to lay down there. Whereas if we're still at early stages, ranges are quite tight. If they were under the gun versus big blind, for example, you know, we're probably going to be finding a lot more high hearts in that initial opening range. So the check raise is going to be a lot more effective at the stage for sure. Okay, pocket fives, not messing around. I love this line from the fives, though. I think you can get really spicy here if you want to.
Yeah, especially because these players...
Sorry, I was going to say
Wow.
such power poker, and ace jack does make the call. And Kylix is now up to 47 million, so not the biggest chip lead anymore. M. Porter now only about 3 million above or 4 million above Remco, who's currently sitting in second place.
Yeah, once you're in a position where you can put players to the test for their tournament life, of course, you know, sometimes you'll get players that are going to overfold in those spots because they want to preserve their tournament life, which just makes it such a good shove when you have fives, because when you get called, again, you'll be in a flip situation a lot of times, and
Yeah.
you won't be dominated quite as much.
Yeah, now this is a really interesting spot as well, because I feel like the nines probably are supposed to commit the rest here in many cases, and I think he's made the right move here for sure. Kylix has shown that he's capable of making these plays. I think ace deuce off is a great combo to actually use as a 3-bet there. You're going to get so many folds. People will overfold for sure there, and they probably should as well, given the context that we're just down to the final 12 now. So the nines, you got to be brave and just put the rest in and hope that you didn't just run into the top of his range, basically. Okay, off we go to the flop.
Yeah, not surprised to see a stab from Iceman, especially because you don't expect to win at Showdown very often with the 7 high. But once called, especially when the board pairs on the river, I think it's going to be pretty hard for you to rep much and get ace highs to fold.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. The paired board just makes it really difficult given the no action on the flop situation. Like trying to convince a good player to fold ace high on that river, you're going to have to work really hard. And probably if you're using 7-4 off as like your desperation, like full pot or slight overpot river bet there, you're probably doing it too often, right? You're probably just going to get looked up by not even just ace highs, but maybe some like weaker third pairs in the flop or something like that too. All right, so again, Iceman not unwilling to enter pots here a little bit wider. Queen 3 suited, I think, is a really nice little combo to just go ahead and lean into some of the shorter stacks there. Guys still have plenty of chips left, but Iceman's got that 69 million behind him, so he's going to wield it.
Yeah, and really nice to have the seat draw where you're behind M Porter. So once M Porter's out of the pot, you feel free to raise a bit wider as well because you know that you're not going to get a lot of pushback.
Yeah, and Kylik's definitely a bit of a vendetta against M Porter here. They've certainly had their fair share of run-ins at this stage. Pretty okay-ish flop here for M Porter, though. He's got the straight draw, and he's also got that cool thing where it goes up to the 9 if he hits the 8 rather than just having the bottom end of the straight here. So he's going to feel pretty good about either end of the straight that he makes there, even though he kind of only has the up and down low.
Nick, was the Fringe Festival the first time you've ever seen Stapes perform live?
No. No, it would have been probably my second or third because I did see him in Bahamas 2019.
Okay.
If you remember that one.
Yep,
that was some time ago as well. So his material definitely has evolved since that time as well. And then I saw him. I can't remember when the other one was. It was quite recently though as well. But yeah, no, I think it was probably my third time seeing him.
I feel like you're going to win the Better Friend Award for going to see him because I didn't. I mean, I would have had to. I mean, I guess I could have. I could have just left for Europe a few days early, stop by there, then go to Barcelona. But I'm glad that you were able to make it out at least.
Yeah, no, there was a really cool group of people there, and I think he appreciated that because I certainly would be nervous, setting off on that journey in Edinburgh, and but yeah, it went really well. I think everything landed really nicely too. So the King 8 here is going to go ahead and lead the turn, as you do when you've got these sort of very exposed hands. Very interesting line from Ace Jack here.
Yeah. Especially when you feel like this texture definitely favors the big blind.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those ones where it's like, I don't know if this makes a lot of sense, but it's so strong that it's really difficult to know what to do in the moment when, the guy's really putting to the test. Makes a good call. That's got to be a pretty decent run out, right? Like in terms of things that are going to raise me on the turn where like not much has changed. If anything, Suarez going to have fewer 9s now, right? At this point that he might have, checked flop with and then raised turn to try and protect, for example. And now he's got the double paired board. So now Suarez is beating a bunch of straight draws and stuff that, might have called. So he's got to check river, right? Yeah. And King 8's going to take it down. Iceman up to 76 million. Blinds are going up, guys. We're at the human calculator round now, guys. Anybody good at math?
I'm going to be brave enough to step in for Stapes here and take my shot at Rick Roger with a nice suited hand on the button, but instead of just going for a shove, just min opens.
Pocket 4s. Yeah, I mean, it's already going to be a really, really easy shove there if you're playing purely for chip EV, but when you've got the guy covered and you can win the bounty, it's even more fist pump shove. And, for the most part, you're probably happy with folds there. Obviously, you're going to be flipping at best, quote unquote, a lot of the time when you get called, but, it always feels better when there's a chance to win a bounty, right, Maria?
Yeah.
Yeah, Suarez is kind of an interesting combo here. 10-8 off is probably fine to peel, but at this stage, I think people are going to be playing slightly tighter to try and get into some of those pay jumps and trying to get to that final table where all the money is stacked up. We are down to 12, guys, so just a reminder, if you bust now, you'll win $2,323.49 as a prize before your bounty values that you've accrued thus far. Yeah, seems like a bet and take it kind of situation. 6-4 off, doesn't really have a whole lot going on here.
Iceman checks it back, I think a little bit for deception to kind of disguise the strength of their hand, hoping for maybe some stabs on the turn, wanting their opponent to catch up on what was a really dry flop.
Yeah, pretty much the same effect, though. Whip it real good. Rip it real. Whip it real G is going to make it 6 million. So just the standard sort of 3x 3-bet into Iceman's open. Again, probably willing to let that one go. Folds round. M. Porter could definitely just ship the king 4 here, Maria.
Yeah.
In fact, I think that's probably what you're supposed to do in this situation. Ace 5 should be a call, though. Off to the races. Ace 5 definitely has 100% on the turn and a full double for Rick Roger. Very, very nice little spot there. I think that's a pretty clear call every single time, Maria. I know we're down to the final table, but M. Porter can shove probably any 2 cards there and justify it when you can win the bounty there for sure. And that means for the first time today, our guy M. Porter is not the chip leader for the first time today. Can you imagine? Must be a real devastating. It's taking a real hit on his confidence at this stage. Only 68 million. Oh,
Right.
I'm sure he's going to do just fine.
Yes, but so far I feel like has definitely exceeded all of our expectations, especially because, you know, we were afraid we might have been riding the broom a little bit on M. Porter, talking about that big chip lead from the beginning. Now just a few eliminations away from making the final table, so doesn't always happen that way, but it looks good for M. Porter.
Yep, this is a good sign, guys, believe it or not. It's a good sign.
Still very, very comfortable with that stack.
So 5D suited just goes for a little check raisey there, takes it down. Rick Roger on the button with a very, very playable hand. He's going to make it 2.5x. It's actually a little bit on the bigger side in terms of opens, right, Maria? I mean,
Yeah,
online
and
kids
you know,
these days.
and there's always kind of a eyebrow raise when somebody changes their open size, you know, from one hand to another, and you definitely feel like there is something you can read into that, but Whip It Real G just didn't really have much.
Yeah. Kylix just using the straight 2x as well. It is important to notice these things, though, as Maria says, like, you do want to keep an eye on that stuff because some people are just going to be doing it, you know, completely randomly. Other people, there's actually a little bit more method to the madness. I think, especially when you're playing lower stakes tournaments as well, a lot of people have this mindset at this stage, like they just want to take the blinds at all costs. So they might just be using a larger size when they're shallower, or they're going, I have ace king and I would really hate to lose with ace king at this stage in the tournament because that always happens to me. I always get close to a final table and then some idiot calls too wide from the big blind because, you know, I'm going to make it bigger this time. You hear a lot of these funny sort of like, you know, justifications for the larger sizings when you play a lot of live poker as well. So it is cool to try and get into people's heads in that regard and try and figure out what kind of a live tell they would tell you if you could sit with them in real life.
What's also pretty cool is this 3-bet out of Kylix from the big blind pre-flop. Couldn't shake the ace-10, but are they willing to go for another bet here?
They don't have to go big here, but I think it could be really effective, right? Like, you probably want to use a size where you're gonna try and end this a lot. That's very, very small.
That's not. Yeah, I'm not sure that's effective, but.
Yeah.
But
I was thinking more like 1/4, but like 1.8 bigs into like a 12 big blind pot is going to be really, really difficult to shake. A little bit more than that with the antes in there. Whip it, real G, gonna take the card. He does have 100%. Does Kylix pick up on the fact that he didn't bet the turn? Does that give him an opportunity to represent clubs here or something like that? Kylix, how do you feel, buddy? At this stage, if you want to do it, you probably have to go a lot bigger than that flop size. Looks like he's just giving up. And ace-10 going all the way to showdown. He's got to be happy about that, Maria, right? He's got ace-10 off on the 4-club board, and he's just going, oh, just please just have like queen-9, no club. That'd be so cool. Sure enough.
yeah, I definitely like the heart from Kylix with that 3-bet pre, but I think a lot of players would have chosen a different combination of hand to do that with. I think queen-9 in the big blind is going to play really well as just a call against a button open.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And then potentially a larger c-bet on the flop might have actually gotten through too. But, I also appreciate that. The smaller ones might have actually even got a hand like ace-10 to fold against the right player too. Double paired board here. The ace-8 going to bet and does take it down. 25 million for Kylix. We are still at 12 though, people. Okay, interesting to see M. Porter slow down here with the ace-9. Now, I'm not saying this has always got to be a mandatory, like 3-bet or something like that against Kylix, but we have seen him be very aggressive in those spots previously. So taking the more passive flat in the small blind with the offsuit ace is really interesting to note here. Looks like ace-9 and king-jack both connect in a pretty meaningful way.
Yeah,
like
and M. Porter's...
Kylix,
right, and M. Porter's ace here is a little bit under-repped, I feel like. Especially because they've been so aggressive, you wouldn't expect that they're going to be flatting a lot of ace X's out of the small blind versus 3-betting. So definitely going to get paid off here as played. Just checked all the way to the river with this bet now coming out of the small blind against second pair.
Yeah, nice. Back up to 74 mil. 74.85425 big blinds.
Very impressive, Nick.
Oh, come on. I know. Learn from the best. What can I say? All right, ace-king is going to open up this pot, guys. 6-3 suited in the big blind. Iceman, never one to shy away. Probably gonna opt for the flat with most suited hands here in the big, especially when you can win Kylix's bounty for 21-ish big blinds effective. Two checks. Iceman with the opportunity to turn his hand into a bluff here. I mean, when you've got the gut shot, I think you probably are supposed to lead here on the turn and try and do something with your combination when your opponent has shown some weakness on the flop. What do you think? Like 3 mil, maybe? Sorry,
yeah,
not
I
gut shot.
think
He's up and down, excuse me.
Yeah, anywhere in the neighborhood of half pot would be a good size to take here, but this is a little small. That does get looked up.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're playing against somebody who's going to check ace high on this kind of a flop, they're probably the kind of people that would get quite sticky on the turn as you're leading, right? And that's kind of appropriate in most of these situations. If you're looking at the solution, a lot of times if you're going to have a check with ace king, ace queen here, you're always supposed to look up a turn bet because they'll bet with so many gut shots and straight draws that you're still beating. And on this river, I think at this point, you're probably going to have a pretty clear value bet. Getting check raised on this river would be very, very sad, though, and the king does kind of look like a card that you're going to end up betting as either a bluff or for value a lot of the time once you check flop. Man, if Iceman just went on here, that would be so sick.
That would be so gross for Kylix.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So, yeah, nice pot there, Kylix. Yeah, I think maybe if Iceman had gone a little bit over half, that might have just been enough to get the fold from the ace-king. People do tend to give up once they're getting hit like that.
Somebody asked if Stapes quit PokerStars. Guys, why would Stapes ever leave us? Why?
He's got nowhere else to go. No, I'm just kidding.
If you don't see Stapes on a stream, it's either because he's eating hot dogs or he's got a really nice comedy gig. But that's the only two reasons, you guys. That's it.
Exactly.
Oh, I see. You're drinking some water because you know we're about to sing the song, Nick. I'm going to do the same. I like your prep. I like your prep. We got to get one good one in before the stream ends today.
I mean, given the action thus far, I'm not sure if we're going to see anybody winning this at non-showdown. Iceman makes the call. Deuce of hearts, about as bricky as it gets here.
Yep. I'm ready, but I've never sang the song with just you, Nick. I don't know what to do for the delay, but
I know.
I'm just, oh my gosh.
I'm not even sure if I remember how to set it up.
Bad.
I'm going to give it a shot. I hope James Hardigan isn't listening. We got to get there first, guys. All right. Yeah, this is going to be a chop pot. You know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot. Oh, it sounded really far apart for me, but I think there's a chance it actually might have been better.
I don't know. It sounded okay for me, actually. Oh, come on, guys. You be generous. We told you this is our first time in this configuration.
That's okay, guys.
No leniency.
Everyone has to start somewhere. A 5 is generous, apparently. Thanks. Well, that coming from you, Tom. That's savage. He's being honest in that case. All right.
Well, we need constructive criticism, guys.
Oh, my days. Guys, look at the setup. Iceman with the ace-king. He's just got to beat the 10s and the ace-jack here for a double knockout. Oh, man. What a big spot here for Iceman. If he can get there. I mean, big spot for Suarez as well and for Kylix, but really, really, really good spot for a double booty for Iceman if he can do it. Oh, it's top set for the 10s. And the ace-king holds, so the side pot does go to Iceman, but a full treble for Suarez, and Kylix is eliminated in 11th place, taking home $2,131 in bounties and $3,259 in chips. Congratulations, sir. There you go. It was a 10 out of 10 because Maria is a 10. There you go. Easy game.
See, that's the kindness. We need more of that on the internet these days. No, but really, we need some constructive criticism. So I want to know, did I start too early? Did Nick start too late? Because we might have to do another one of these before the day is over.
Yeah.
So how can we make it better for you?
I think I will. I came in too early. I think I was way too early. Apparently, yeah. I've seen a couple of those. All right, so I'll slow it way down. I think the problem is that I'm delivering it, and then there's a delay because the sound of my voice has to travel across the Atlantic or Pacific, whichever direction we're going, I guess, at the moment, and then I have to respond. But there you go. You see a c-bet from the king queen, takes it down on the flop. M Porter back in the mix. Ace King suiting. Ace King suiting. Don't forget, guys, we're almost headed to a final table here as well. Final 10.
Yeah, really big flop for M Porter, but ends up checking back, going for a delayed c-bet.
Yeah, fair play. That's interesting that he checks that flop for sure. Probably would be tempted to go ahead and put it in there when you've got so much equity. Not really afraid of getting check raised or anything like that, right? Quite happy to call with the ace king suited there. You're gonna ping it right on the turn so frequently. Jack 10 does manage to pick up a pair here. Ace-man has a pretty nice board to go ahead and bet, though. That big blind defend is going to be quite wide here. There are going to be lots of hands that just give up for one small bet on the king-jack 8 flop, no doubt. Ace-man with the opportunity to take a shot on the turn if he wants. All right, we're switching, guys, going across to this little action here. Sixes versus ace 4, sixes with the 100% on the river.
Switching.
Switching. Check, check. Pocket sixes picking up a pot there, up to 40 million for Ultron, or Ulton, I should say. Manulu decides to come along with the ace-10 versus the open. Does connect with the board here. Middle pair. Very quick check from Dulek here. Quick check from Manulu on the flop as well. Probably a time to start speeding up. I like that size if you're going to miss the flop bet for sure. And we are hand for hand, guys. Okay, so here it is, guys. Ooh. Is this the setup we've been waiting for?
Yeah. Just about 32 bigs effective for the jacks. Gonna be trouble.
Yeah, this is a bit of a setup, right? Because Gustav has such a clear push with the sixes, I think, as one of the short stacks, right? The ICM pressure, not on him as much as some of the middling stacks. Going to be very tempted just to rip it in here with less than 20 big blinds.
Yeah,
and he does. You like, hey, this is a good spot. I feel like this is a good spot. Yeah, he's all in. Alton's got to really level himself now to make the call, right? He's going to go, oh, he's definitely just isolating this guy. He just wants the bounty.
Right, right. This is where the bounty can make all the difference for sure. Yeah. Definitely going to need some time for this decision, but only 16 seconds in the bank. Not enough time for this type of spot, I think.
Oh, man, not nearly enough time. No, I mean, 5 seconds remaining, and he makes the call. It's 3-0, and ace is the favorite right now. Still holding. Holding the 6 of spades, no good. Ace of spades is going to make the absolute bets on the river, and that is a KO. Gustav exits the tournament, and Alton is now extremely, extremely shallow. So that means we are headed to a final table, you guys. This is quite the little victory there for our friend Dulek, who is now the absolute chip leader after that pot. He has over 100 million chips. Aces into jacks into sixes. Absolutely ideal. We're switching now to the final table, guys. This is our first hand back. And right there, front and center, Dulek Jason, still our chip leader. M. Porter, the starter date chip leader, still with 76 million, though, so keep an eye on that gentleman there.
Yeah, and I feel like with Alton being so short, we're just going to, see everybody not wanting to play any pots until they're officially out. They will be all in from the big blind the next hand, though, so also not a great seat draw at the final table. Could have had a couple more looks, but this one's going to be tough.
All right, guys, let's do a little roundup here. See how this hand plays out, and then maybe we'll talk a little bit about our final table setup. Give you guys a little flag count. Wow, Iceman goes 4 ways, but he's 71.8% on the flop. That's pretty hefty when you're in a 4-way pot, Maria.
Yeah. Not much for anybody else. It's going to be an easy one.
And you'll notice, guys, here, Alton in the small blind is forced all in. He has just $711 in bounties, but I think some of the big stacks can do all kinds of crazy stuff at this point. People are going to have to massively overfold. And look at the hands here, Maria. We have sixes, ace-jack suited, and pocket eights. M. Porter is like, yeah, sure, this will be easy. I'm just going to make a little raise here. It'll get all the way around. I'm not so sure, given these setups. Iceman flats.
Yeah, but definitely detrimental for a lot of these other stacks that, you know, M. Porter has covered to necessarily get too aggressive with their hand. But Ramco, not scared at all.
Wow, Rick Roger makes the fold with the eights there. That's a really interesting spot. And this pot's getting massive already, Maria. There's already over 30, there's already 40 million in the middle as we speak. Everybody wants a piece of this. I mean, Iceman's got a really good price just to flop a set, but he decides to fold. There's the set on the flop. Iceman folded the sixes.
And M. Porter out flopping the ace-jack. So gross.
Oh, he's like, all right, cool. What you got now, Remco? Let's see it. There's still a considerable side pot, though, guys. Obviously, that 37 million is what they're really playing for here. Alton, unfortunately, just with the 9 deuce off.
Yeah, now it's like if you're wow.
Wow. That is so unbelievably aggressive. I mean, you could just be smashing it into a set here, no problem at all. And that's your final table sorted. Anyway, Remco does get the side pot. Can he hold? Denied.
Wow.
The deuce of spades on the river. Doesn't even get the bounty, but he does win a 37 million chip pot. That was crazy, Maria.
That was insane. Ramco was willing to commit ICM suicide there just for the bounty. It felt
just
like
for a $7 bounty. Yeah, that was crazy,
right?
Oh
my goodness.
Damn.
Wow.
And I mean, can you imagine if Iceman just had the sixes and just gets to the flop and Remco just smashes it in like 40 million?
Crazy.
Like, easiest final table of all time. Wow. Big flop for Jack 10 here, though. Oh, man, Iceman actually has the top pair to go with it, too. Manolo's definitely going to win some money here.
Yeah, and I really like this fast play with Broadway just because it looks like maybe it's just the bounty, just wanting to fold out hands.
Yeah. I mean, we've definitely seen some faster action today. I mean, we're already down to a final, which is already pretty rare. It's going really quick today, Maria. But if they keep playing this fast on this final table, if we're seeing those kind of 40 million chips just smasheroonies right on the flop, like, yeah, it's going to go quick. I think definitely he's going to continue the aggression here. But obviously, Iceman picks up the nut flush draw to go with his top pair. So I don't think he's going to be able to get away for this size. Does make the fold. And Jack 10 going to take it down. So Alton is exited in 9th place, taking home $4,674.70 in pay prizes and $1,373 in bounties. Not too shabby, sir. Congratulations. And then there were 8.
Kind of surprised to see Manolo fold the ace-8 on a cutoff there with the chip lead.
Yeah, 8-9 suited though, for sure. Why not? Very pretty hand. Yeah, I think that could have gone either way. I think ace-6 could be played as a flat or a 3-bet there. You know, the final table dynamic is one where we do see a slightly more 3-betting from position. Nice top 2 here for M. Porter. That's such an interesting check from M. Porter there, honestly.
Especially multi-way.
Yeah, I mean, and now look at the turn as well, Maria. It's very rare in Texas Hold'em that we have two flush draws. This is very much a PLO thing where you have two flush draws on the turn, but now he's going to want to put more chips in the middle. He is speeding up at this point, at least to try and protect his hand. I think he knows now that he's going to be in big trouble on a lot of rivers here.
Whip-it-real
man.
G also with a straight draw, though, with their backdoor flush draw.
Yep. And obviously Manolo has the top end of that straight draw to go with his flush draw as well. And there it is. That is both, the straighting and the flushing card. And he's just going to go full pot. Oh, my God. He calls it off.
And
M. Porter was
start
our
of day
chip
chip leader.
Yeah, you got it, Maria. And just like that, exited. Very, very swift call there with the two pair. Exits in 8th place for $6,567.86 and takes home $6,380 in bounties, though. So actually scooped a hell of a lot in bounty value thus far as well. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. Oh man, I'm not sure, Maria. That seemed like probably one of the worst rivers you could have seen, right? Given the action.
Yeah, and again, I think it just comes down to not taking a little more time with the decision, right? Like M. Porter all day been making their action really fast, whether it's call, raise, fold. But that was one of those situations when it's all in for your tournament life at the final table. You know, you've got a lot of time bank saved up. You might want to use a little bit and think that one through.
Yeah. You only get so many Sunday Million final tables in your life, right? So might as well soak it up. Just enjoy it for a minute, you know? Reminisce. All right, guys, and then there were 7.
M. Porter in the YouTube chat. Well, still not confirmed, but likely M. Porter in the YouTube chat saying tough river, but under-repped and a great bluff card and many other bluffs there as well.
Yeah, I think the A6 was, it's definitely true to say the A6 was under-repped, especially after the flop check as well. So very true. That is a good point given the more unusual line on the flop. I think deuce 4 at this point realizes they probably have the best hand. They start betting this turn now to try and protect a little bit, maybe get a little bit of value from some ace highs, right? Iceman can still make that straight. That's a really nice little river for deuce 4, though a lot of the time you're going to be winning when the board pairs again. Doesn't change much at all. Iceman probably realizing that ace high can be the best hand here. You might even want to go extra small with deuce 4 to try and get some ace high calls, but again, getting check raised on that river would be pretty gross as the blinds go up, guys. Now 700,000, 1.4 million. Queen Jack suited going to open the action here. Manulu, the absolutely monstrous chip leader, going to continue with 7-5 off in the big blind. Yeah, huge flop for Queen Jack there. Fairly standard continuation and takes it down, no competition. Got a couple pairs out here now. Suarez with the 9s.
Yeah, I think facing an under the gun open, I think Manolo will just, will just call from the small blind sometimes, but not this time, I guess, just feeling like with that chip lead, wants to put a lot of pressure. Even though Suarez really hasn't gone out of line with their opens from early position, gets a better hand to fold.
Wow, yeah, that's massive. Much better hand to fold there for sure. It is really difficult for Suarez, and like he's probably looking at Rick Roger and going, this guy's got just over 10 big blinds here. You know, probably looking at the player to his left, Whip It Real G with 34 million as well. Definitely feeling that ICM pressure here, and the pay jumps are very significant. You guys can see bottom right of the screen there, your top 7 payouts. The jumps are getting pretty serious at this point, so it's not just about bounties anymore. Six is taken down.
Sid Hoffman in the Twitch chat, Nick, wants to know if we could elaborate on how the time bank accumulates / work.
Yeah, that's a great question. I actually don't remember the specific rules, but obviously every level or so you get additional time bank that you haven't used that gets added on. There's actually a chance I can read out the official terminology if I can find it.
Yeah, you definitely get topped off every,
you go.
So often, however many levels I think it goes by.
So the time bank works like this, guys. 60 seconds of time bank are available for players to use when normal time to act has expired, as you guys have experienced before. Additional time will be added as specified in the time bank column, and players who reach the final table receive a 75 additional seconds as well. So they got a lot of really chunky time banks in this final table as well. Especially
because a lot of these players, right? I was going to say they haven't been using it. They have been saving it up for this moment with the ace queen against the ace king.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, it's going to go in. Ace queen obviously going for that bounty hunt here. Rick Rogers over $1,300 in bounties available. Okay. All right, now full double for Rick Roger, now up to 34 million. We're still at 7. We got you, Sid. We got you, buddy. Don't worry. Pocket fives for Dulek on the button. Seems good. Yeah, I think Suarez had the option there with the ace-4 suited. I think probably on the final table, with that ICM pressure, the fold is pretty cool too, though. I mean, you've got Dulek in position against you, Remco as well. It's just, it can put you in so many bad spots if you're going to be opening hands like ace-4 suited there on the final.
Yeah, we also saw Suarez open under the gun with 9s and then have to fold to a 3-bet from 8s in the small blind. So it kind of feels like if you're going to be folding 9s there, you obviously don't want to be faced. You don't want to be faced with a 3-bet when you're holding ace-4 of diamonds, because then it's pretty clear that that's also going to be a fold.
Oh, Rick Roger is getting mad out of line here. A very well-timed check raise by Manolo there, but Rick Rogers is like, this doesn't make any sense. I don't believe you. Just clicks it back. Now up to 48 million. That is quite the turnaround, and what a time to make that kind of a move as well, Maria. That's some final table spicy right there.
Oh no, bottom set against an overpair here.
Oh no. No, not the set over set on the final table of the Sunday Million. Not like this. He's like, yeah, I guess I'll continue now. I'm going to make it 8 million on the turn. That's what he's going to say. Oh, there you go.
Oh, snap. And I just noticed it was the case 5 and case king because Iceman had both. Wow.
It's all in on the turn. 177 million going to Remco.
Yikes.
He absolutely storms the castle. Manolo was our massive chip leader, now down to 71 million. Remco, the new chip leader on this final table, 177 million after turning a set against a set. That is So sick.
Manolo's still
Oh,
comfortable though, but not happy with that cooler.
yeah, absolutely. Still keep your composure, buddy. You still have plenty of chips to play with here, but damn, you're really not loving to see that the set of kings there. That's so savage.
I hope that's water in there, Nick, because that is very big size for anything else but water.
Yeah, I mean, you know, selling gallons of tequila over here, sure. Pocket tens, still the best hand on the turn. The 5 might inspire some slowdowns, though. He might be concerned about the 1 card straight with the 7.
Yeah, but
It
if
does
this
look kind
river
of like
gets checked,
oh, okay. Okay, wait a sec. Yeah, makes the hero call up to 63 million. Rick Rogers is putting on a little bit of a performance here as the shortest stack, now building it up here. Is it a moonshine jug? I love that. It does look kind of like a moonshine jug now. Just trying to stay extra hydrated here, guys. King 10 opening here. Ramco using those newfound chips to his advantage here. All the way down to Dulek, who's just going to let it go. 7-3 of clubs, not even going to bother. He's probably looking at some of the shorter stacks and going, why am I going to get tangled up with this hand right now?
you know, Ramco might have been a little suspicious of that limp from early position out of Rick, but, you know, it doesn't cost a lot to just take a stab with some equity.
Rick Roger with the limp here is very interesting. I think that's kind of quite cool on this final table. I think you'll probably get away with this a lot of the time. I mean, certainly people might get a little bit paranoid about you trying to trap some of the shorter stacks into putting it in for bounties here once in a while. But our friend Ramco is like, no, not on my table. There's no limping on my table allowed. I'm sorry. Makes the call.
But
Pretty good board. Sorry.
It's okay. No, but the limp call I feel like just makes it a little more scary, but Ramco's still going to try to get Rick to fold out whatever it is that they could potentially have limp calling pre here.
Yeah, it's a pretty good board, isn't it? Just to put in a small c-bet, the king queen deuce or whatever it was is a very, very clean sort of c-bet texture, isn't it? Okay, it's all in. Iceman might be tempted to gamble here for the bounty, but I mean, it's a big portion of his stack, Maria. What do you think?
Yeah, but it's a big bounty, 2,211 in front of Whip It Real G at the moment.
Okay, he's going to gamble. Oh, huge spot for Whip It here. Oh, it's a great turn. 10's full, and that is it. Whip It is going to get a full double. Iceman now down to 21 million. We're still at 7, guys, but definitely some adjustment here.
Yeah, I can't blame Iceman for going for it there.
Yes, a couple of you guys out there were asking about the remaining players. Try and include some of the players that were actually at the final that we forgot to mention just now. So Alton, who exited in 9th, was from Ireland. M. Porter exited in 8th place, was from Norway. And then the remaining 7 here, we have Iceman from Austria, Suarez from Chile, Whip It Real G from the United Kingdom. We have 2 Brazilians, Rick Roger and Manolo. Do Like Jason from Poland, and Ramco, our current chip leader, is also from the United Kingdom. Thank you for the reminder, your band. I appreciate you, buddy.
Well, I guess we are going on break. Hello, everyone. I'm back. And 7 players remain in this week's Sunday Million. Ramco, as Nick just referenced, from the United Kingdom, is the biggest stack right now with close to 200 million chips. So during that session, we got down to the final table and beyond. And it's not usual that we will talk strategy during these breaks, but I do want to highlight the fact that we did see the start of day chip leader finally make the final table. And since the Sunday Million has been a PKO, that hasn't happened. And it occurs to me that we do see people go up, we see them go down, we see big stacks become short stacks in a very short period of time, sometimes in just a couple of hands. And I guess it's just the nature of the PKO format. And Nick, as someone who plays a lot of knockout forms of the game, do you just have to embrace the variance and accept that there's a lot more gamble in this format?
I suppose you do. I suppose it is true to say that you should sort of embrace the gamble. And certainly a lot of the most successful players that we see playing PKOs are very willing to run it up early on. And it makes sense, right? Because you're incentivized to do so, right? It's not, for a long time, there was some debate about, like, I can't remember exactly what the theory was called, but the idea was that you would just take a lot of big risks in a conventional tournament without PKOs in order to allow yourself to have big stacks and take it to final tables and really push your edge with larger stacks moving into the final stages of tournament poker. But when you are incentivized to do so, when you're literally getting a tip every single time you take one of these shots to knock players out, I think it does make sense that you would be much more willing to take big risks and try and run up a stack. And as we've seen time and time again, the guys who have a bunch of bounties going into the second day are the ones that tend to have, the most chips, and they tend to be the ones that are willing to wield them and use that to their advantage as you push into the final sort of 3 tables or so.
But that's not to say, Maria, that there isn't skill involved in making those decisions, right? It's weighing up the value of the bounty. It's understanding the equity, not just what the pot's offering in terms of chips, but what the real cash prize you can get. And knowing shoving ranges and calling ranges, it's not a complete kind of just get your chips in and hope for the best type of affair.
No, definitely not. And especially at this stage when you're at the final table and ICM is going to be in consideration, you also will have to factor in the dynamics of, if I'm the chip leader opening and somebody else shoves over my open, they could already be shoving a little bit wider because I'm the chip leader and they expect me to be opening wider. So then you factor that in on top of what their bounty is worth, and you might end up calling a lot wider because of that as well.
Yeah. And I completely accept that it's a format that's not going to be to everyone's taste, but I would imagine, Nick, for a lot of people, there is that appeal. If you are not a top-tier MTT player, if the variance is increased, if you can win money every time you eliminate a player and don't have to necessarily make the top 18, 50% of the field, 15% of the field, that in itself is alluring.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I think that in terms of the poker economy, I think that can be very beneficial. As you say, like on PokerStars in particular, we have very large field tournaments in the first place, so the variance is already increased by the fact that you have to beat more players in order to be in a situation where you're going to win a final table. A lot of players just aren't even playing the kind of volume that is going to be required in order to consistently make final tables in the first place. So having that element is definitely beneficial. And really, if you want to boil it down even further, a lot of players who are jumping into tournaments just want to have some fun and just gamble. And I think having that element added in there does give them the ability to justify gambling a little bit harder, which can be beneficial for both them and also the more seasoned players of the field as well.
Yeah, and that's a useful reminder, Maria. And obviously, someone like yourself will play poker professionally. you'll be looking for spots to make money, but the vast majority of people are playing for entertainment. They just want to have fun.
Yeah, and I love that this just puts a little bit of money back into the hands of recreational players, back into the community. And yeah, it brings out the degen in all of us a little bit. And so it's a little fun to be able to say, hey, I got it in bad and I knocked this person out and I won some money.
Well, I tell you what, Maria, you take a well-earned break because Nicholas and I are going to return to the final table of this week's Sunday Million with 7 players remaining. Prize money is advertised on screen. Next player out is going to get $9,254. And the usual jumps with every elimination.
All right, so background to Whip It Real G here on the button. Decides to make the fold, which I really, really think is a good idea when you're playing into that 100 million stack in the big blind. In this case, didn't really have a whole lot going on for him there. Iceman does make the jam there. I think 8-9 suited probably is acceptable. It's one of those things where you might want to reassess some of those pushes in situations where your opponents are going to be incentivized to call for bounties, but I think probably 8-9 suited would have been good enough there. Whip It Real G with the opportunity to enter this pot once again. Jack-10 suited a lot prettier than the previous holding.
Yeah, and I know you just did the geographical tour of the final table, Nick. Whip It Real G, one of 2 UK players at the final table, the other being the chip leader Ramco. And of course, we have the obligatory double Brazilians.
8-5 suited does decide to come along here. I think that makes a lot of sense as the big chip leader as well. It's probably already acceptable to defend pretty much any suited hand versus that size open once the button and small blind have folded here. But Whip It Real G's got one of those really, really clean flops to just see that really small and take it down.
Ace-Jack versus King-Jack and domination rotation in Manolo's favor.
Yeah, pretty straightforward call on the flop. Whip It Real Good does have an overcard to bet on the turn if he wants. An overcard to second pair, excuse me, which of course is going to be in there. Plenty of 8x, 4x would defend here. Decides to slow down even though they do pick up the gut shot. And then probably just a value bet from the King-Jack. I think that makes a lot of sense. Taking it down.
Blinds up to 800,000, 1.6 million. And there you go, Sid Hoffman. Commentator face cams, boom. And another opportunity for me to show off my Groke. I believe that this is the creature that is featured in Dulek Jason's avatar. This is the Groke from the Moomins. And I just think it's a wonderful coincidence, what you might call a glitch in the matrix, that we have a player whose avatar reflects the soft toy that I use to stop myself treading on the lights in the commentary box of the PokerStars Arena.
We got to talk to that architect, whoever designed the arena. Why would you put lights on the floor, honestly?
If they were actually embedded into the floor, it makes sense, but these are actually like raised lights, and fortunately they're plastic, and of course, in the 2 years since I've been in this venue, I have trodden on them on multiple occasions. Fortunately, have not broken them yet, or injured my foot, but if it wasn't for the Groke, that would have happened many more times, and the risk to damage / personal injury would have been much higher.
Gotta love the Groke. Gotta love the Groke. I actually watched a lot of Moomins when I first came to the UK, and I kind of didn't really know what it was about, so I was just kind of more sort of fascinated and like a bit scared of what was going on at all times. But
I mean,
I was into it.
It's quite dark in places. It's it obviously it's aimed at children, but it doesn't hold back at times.
Yeah, no, it definitely has a very creepy vibe, but yeah, I always thought it was kind of cool. King 10 suited. I mean, it's not the most big blinds, James, but as we say every time we get to the final table, it's still a big chunk of everyone's stack at this point, and it's not going to be gambled as lightly as it would have done earlier in this tournament for the bounty. I don't think I've ever seen the Moomins on Netflix or something like that. I'm not sure if it's been made available on any of the streaming services now I think about it.
Yeah, so there's a kind of what's known as the Fuzzy Felt Moomins, which is the Finnish series. Then there was the Japanese anime cartoon series, and then there was a recent adaptation, which was a co-production with Sky, and that was certainly available on Sky about a year and a half ago.
But that was kind of like modern animation.
Yes,
and
that's like digital animation.
Yeah, and it's just not my jam, not my jam. Oh, the trap from Iceman works perfectly against Dulek.
It does. 3 on the flop, though, and manages to fade an ace or a 3 on the river, and Iceman gets the double up to 62 million.
John Delano knows exactly what I was about to say. He got tramped. Absolutely tramped him every single time. Fantastic play from the Kings there. Iceman correctly identifying that Dulek is willing to punish that limp. And
there is
the whole
a restaurant, Nick, in Kingston upon Thames, a town you must be familiar with, having grown up in that neighbourhood. There is a restaurant in Kingston upon Thames called Akbar, and every time we drive past it, I insist on pointing and going, "It's a trap!" So that was definitely an Akbar hand.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, Raceland makes a good point as well. They just released the new Sandman Netflix series. I watched the first episode and it was really well done. It was very, very fancy. I liked it a lot. Yeah, I've always enjoyed that series anyway. I've got it on audiobook too.
Hold on, let's just see how much value aces can get out of 8 deuce here. Manolo called the flop, might not call a bet on the river. Let's see. Ramco goes for 4.8 into 7.8.
I mean...
Oh, Manolo. My finger's hovering over the button, Manolo.
Manolo's like, I haven't done anything in a while.
Oh, man. Ooh.
Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear.
So I set up my Twitter account in 2009 specifically to review movies, because at the time I was working for LBC. I was their film critic, and I would tweet immediate reactions to films, whether I watched them at the cinema, on TV, or on home video. And over the years, that account has morphed into something more poker-centric. Every now and then I will still do a film review. And I did review a film last week, which I saw on Netflix, Nick, called Rogue Agent, which is a film that's gone straight to Netflix and is actually based on the story of a con man that Netflix has already told in the documentary series The Puppet Master, a 3-part documentary series which is excellent, by the way. And it's a really interesting story. The film is terrible, and avoid at all costs. Watch the documentary series. Do not watch the film.
Okay,
I
so
don't understand.
I want to watch Puppet Master. I don't want to watch the new one. Rogue
I
Agent
don't
is the one
understand how you can take a story that's so interesting, fictionalize so many of the important elements to make them less interesting.
Awesome. All right, so we got an ace-10 versus ace-10, but Remco does manage to use his position to his advantage there and take it at non-showdown.
Yeah.
I mean, Iceman's got a pretty hand here, but I don't know if he wants to be that wide at this stage with so many big stacks behind him here. Not least of them being Remco now with over 200 million chipperinis.
And I guess we've got Suarez and Whippet trying to outlast each other right now. They are the two short stacks at the 1.6 million big blind.
Queen 10 is going to open up here. King Queen going for the jam as the shortest stack. I think this is fairly reasonable. Yeah, does get it through there. That's one of the shortest stacks. It's definitely on him to start making some plays and get some chips going here. I think King Queen's going to do just fine.
And Dulek Jason re-raises with the aces. Should be a fold from Rick Roger with ace deuce. Omar Skins says Netflix is doing the same thing with the children that got trapped in the caves. They're turning it into an over-dramatic rescue movie. I don't mind them taking documentaries and turning them into films if the films are good. This film was not good. And also, I think Netflix is going to be commissioning less stuff in the coming months and years. Netflix is finally seeing revenues, subscribers go down.
Yeah,
Ace
also,
King all
Omar, I
in.
don't think... Oh, okay. I think probably we're going to see some gamble with the jacks. I mean, of all the people in the world who are going to call the shove with jacks, I feel like Remco's the man with the stack to do it, James.
Yeah, and it will be a flip that Suarez will need to win. Suarez from Chile. All in and at risk, and has the gut shot.
Oh, the
But
spades
it's
was so good.
spades. It's the flush for Ramco and the elimination of Suarez 5-8-4 in 7th place, which is worth $9,254, plus Suarez won $517 in bounties. Ramco is closing in on the $250 million mark as far as their chip stack's concerned. The bounty daddy is still Manolo, who's won 10K so far and is worth 5K if you can eliminate them.
$250 million chips. Manolo probably going to pump this up. Does make it just less than 3 times the big blind here. 3 times the initial opening, excuse me. I feel like Remco could probably justify a call here with 6-7 if he wanted to. It's just such a pretty hand. He's got all the chips to do it. Manolo is going to have to play his hand somewhat face up if he wants to remain in the tournament with so many short stacks behind him still.
Yeah.
Whip it obviously being the most obvious. It's a pretty easy call in my opinion with the 6-7 here. If you're going to have 6-7 in your range, you want to allow yourself to get to that straight once in a while.
Glim Cheating says, I suppose it's too late to buy into this. You would be correct. I did once play a live poker tournament at the Rio in Vegas where you could still late register when it was at the final table and on the money bubble. But in this case, no. 100% no.
All right, so as anticipated here, guys, on the term, Remco is going to put in a very, very chunky 28.8 million. And it feels like it's going to work, you guys. Could be wrong here. But this is exactly what I was talking about when I said defend the 6-7, and he's going to have to play his hand a little bit more face up to try and remain in this for the win. Ace-Jack very frequently could have been played as a barrel flop, barrel turn here, but once he slows down, he's opening himself up pretty aggressively here. And I don't think after he bets 28 million, he can have that many bluffs left, right? Like a shove here isn't that much more. Now, he probably would get a fold from 6-7, no doubt. But if he thinks he might be running into some, some second pair on the turn, top pair on the flop situations, maybe a turn top pair with a hand like King 10 or something like that, he's probably not going to be as brave to try and get this through and represent Jack 10 or, Ace King or something like that. It's quite a punishing turn bet. Very nice play. Over $250 million now, James. You called it.
Yeah, 263 million. And the second biggest stack right now is Dulek Jason, who's playing 71 million. So Ramco can really wield that advantage. And when you consider that Whip It is sat there with 22 mil, can really, really handcuff everyone else at the table. Now, if they've got Ace King suited, not so much. But assuming Ramco folds here, Nick, which they will get that 3.2 million back in no time at all if they continue this strategy.
Yeah, no, 100%. I do. You guys know I love when people start opening up their range here. And yeah, why wouldn't you? You know, like put yourself in some of the shoes here, waiting for a Whip It Real G to bust so you can find another ladder here. We're down to the
Yeah.
final 6 guys, which means that ladder is worth 9, 10, 11, 12, about $4,000 more, which as it stands is greater than every single one of the bounties that you could potentially win at this stage, apart from Manolo, who is of course one of the big stacks there for a little while till he went set over set with the kings versus fives.
And Manolo's open, called by Ramco, who's paired their 6.
Yeah, a little gut shot on turn for the 6 deuce, and there it is. Easy game.
Come on.
Ramco. It's like, yeah, I have a straight. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming. Nah, he's going to play it slow. Manolo might be tempted to put in a value bet, but it's a bit of an ugly run out for him.
Oh,
Yeah,
Manolo. Manolo, more like Manolo. No! Down to 41 million. And the chip lead of Ramco continues to increase. Rick with 9 at 7 of hearts, facing the raise from Dulak Jason. Calls and top pair.
It's a pretty hand to defend in the big blind. I like it. Okay. As far as turns go, not too shabby for Rick Roger. He does actually pick up a draw. So if he wasn't winning on the flop, opportunity to be winning on the turn. Dulak does have some showdown with the ace-6 at this point, so probably just wants to slow it right down. And there you go, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just a 2 pair for Rick Roger. Still good enough at this point.
I am never a fan of having 2 pair on 4 straight boards.
No, it's not ideal. It's not ideal, but I think you do have a pretty significant bluff catcher if Dulak wants to put in a big chunky river bet for sure. I mean, as the initial opener here, Dulak can have quite a wide range, so I'm not saying he never has a 5, but probably should have fewer 5s than the big blind in this situation. So a little, oh, just like that, buddy. I think thus far on the final, we've seen some really, really nice play from Rick Roger, just holding his own, just making some really good decisions.
And look how the other stacks are balancing out. Not a lot separating Iceman, Dulak Jason, Rick Roger, and even Manolo. And then Whip It Real in last place right now with the blinds going up inside of a minute. And that will very much put Whip It Real in the danger zone.
Danger zone! Iceman 10-6 off. Probably not going to want to play with that one. Blinds are going up again. 1 million, 2 million with a $250,000 ante now, guys.
Yeah. So the second biggest stack is 31 big blinds?
Yeah. That is an interesting observation there, and I think we're going to start feeling that squeeze very, very quickly, James. I mean, Ramco just has such a huge portion of the chips in play. There's not really left much for the other guys to duke it out for, so it's just going to come down to it. It's always awkward when you got lots of players in the middle, right? We've got a lot of players around the 50 million mark here.
Yeah.
Kind of all vying to just get a foot up and eliminate some of the other players for those pay jumps.
Okay, well, Iceman now feeling incredibly comfortable about that hand. Ramco drawing dead.
Yeah, I think at this stage, the best outcome for Iceman would be the Queen River. That would give Ramco the straight. Looks like he doesn't want to do much, though. It's always a bit awkward when you have a hand as strong as King 10 here and you turn that straight. You know, sorry, the boat, excuse me. it's always difficult to know what to do because you know this is the turn where they check back a lot of the hands that you'd like them to continue putting chips in with, like ace jacks, maybe some ace queens, that kind of thing. So you do kind of want to lead, but you don't want to telegraph your hand. It's very, very difficult to get value from this combo in this spot for sure. Really, really begging for that call.
$5.5 million. Ramco, yeah, could make the ace high hero call.
Sure, sure, it's possible. I just think that size is screaming a made hand there.
Yeah. Ace 8 opening. We've got Queen Jack suited for Iceman. Flatting on the button. And look at Ramco coming along for the ride. That is a flopped straight for Iceman.
Yeah, that is a good looking little flop there. I wouldn't mind a very small bet from Iceman. I mean, if he feels like Manolo might make a big mistake, he could maybe give him a little bit of rope here because, of course,
yeah,
he doesn't have to put in that much on the flop here to get Manolo all in on a later street. So
yes,
he goes quite big there. Both players showing not a lot of interest and just goes for slightly over half pot. I guess he was trying to queue up for the win there, but still a chunky bet given the fact that neither opponent wanted to really put any chips in at that stage.
As big old Keith says, the nuts. I have 3 questions. Are you a large person? Are you senior of age? And is your name actually Keith?
2 pair for Manolo on the turn, 90.9%.
Yeah, you know the four's coming on the river, right?
I mean, spicy 4. What's the plan here, buddy? You gonna rep it?
Nope. Gonna fold.
In a bit. Yep. Any 2. Just do it, Ramco. You got $250 million. You can do whatever you want, buddy. Anything you want, mate.
Ramming and jamming. And we've got ace 8 for Whippet. Queen 5 opening. I mean, 10 bigs behind. Just calls. Doesn't connect. Yeah. I mean, this is a classic check, bet, fold situation.
Yeah, and I think James was trying to allude to the jam there pre-flop, and I think that's probably the line. Ace-8 suited is monstrous, and if you've been paying attention to Ramco's betting patterns here, he's been in every pot possible in position when it's folded to him. I think Ace-8 is going to be a slam dunk push as a shortest stack, and there's not too much adjustment you want to do there for the bounty. Sorry, for the ICM either. Really, it's so far up there.
Well, Victor Donev is very easily impressed. Wow, James Hartigan can read my comments. I was just watching you today on PokerStars 24/7. It was EPT Monaco. Yes, I apologize that it's been many, many years and many events. There's a new one coming up, Barcelona. You can watch the live streaming, which starts on Sunday. New content, new live poker.
It's going to be grand. Iceman. I mean, probably can steal this. I think I like a steal from Iceman here with the ace. Just make it like a 6K job. Yeah, sorry, 6 million. Excuse me. That'll do it. Yeah, I mean, Dulak really isn't going to get miles out of line there. Blind v blind. He'll probably keep it pretty straightforward.
Could have a race here, Nick. Ace 10 for Whippet. Ramco in the big blind with the sailboats.
Seems good. Sailboats away. Uh-oh. Unless we see a DC. No, Time Bank is still active.
I mean, it's like, shall I wait? Shall I go for it? Goes for it. And Ramco could claim another bounty here. Whippet needs to win this flip. Hasn't connected with the flop or the turn or the river. And Ramco takes out Whippet. And that is another bounty. That is more chips. 293 million now for the chip leader with 5 players remaining. Whippet Real G from the UK out in 6th place for 13k plus. How much did they win in bounties? 4,300.
Not too shabby. That's actually a really nice little bounty score there. Congratulations. And then there were 5.
Johnny says, I was watching James on the 24/7 channel. He never responded to me there. Every now and then, actually that's a slight exaggeration. Rarely I will drop in on that channel and join in the conversation, but I have a very busy life and can't watch old shows that I voiced 10 years ago.
Just like EPT Retro. Great content.
That's what it needs to do with 24/7. Start putting those retro streams on there.
Yeah. Okay, so Iceman didn't want to let go of the gut shot here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 was the one he was looking for.
Best question of the day from Tracy. James, are you hot or are you moisturizing? Definitely the former. It was very, very hot today, and it's still hot inside this sweltering commentary box inside the PokerStars arena.
Yeah, it does get hot in here.
I was seeing, Nick, that the temperature in the UK is going to catapult above 30 towards the end of the week. Not that we will be here, and in Barcelona it's going to be even hotter.
I know, mate. Oh, here we go. Is this a good flop for 6-3 off? What do you guys think?
It's solid.
I mean, as far as flops go, as long as it's not as hot as long as we have some air conditioning, very different from our Monte Carlo scenario. We're actually, in fairness, we did have air conditioning. It was just too many people in that box. It was absolutely mad how hot it was in Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
And he's going to go for value, but nada.
So those two pretty much tied right now. I mean, look at these 4 stacks. And come on, Ramco. Ram, jam, punish him.
Yeah, and as James pointed out, I mean, if we're looking at actual effective big blind stacks here, guys, definitely, I don't want to say danger zone just yet, but we're definitely getting into the realm of open 3-bet jam situations. Wow, not messing around. I do like that play from Manolo. The 10s, you could definitely try and get some more value from position there. They are very playable, but also you don't really want to be doing too much messing around with vulnerable hands like that. So I can appreciate why he's playing it as a pure jam there for sure.
Worth highlighting, the blinds are going to go up in 5 minutes' time and increase to 1.25, 2.5 million. I'll put most of these players around the 20 big blind mark, just below 20 bigs.
Yeah, I mean, I think ever since Ramco got that beautiful little set of kings versus set of 5s, you know, just been absolutely steaming it, making lots of really good decisions. And as James pointed out, adjusting that pre-flop range, widening it up, you know, trying to pick up some of these very, very juicy pre-flop pots.
Well, top pair versus second pair. LC says, James, how long have you been casting poker? We didn't call it casting back then. First ever gig I did was the World Cup of Poker in 2005. Started working on the EPT TV shows in 2006. First ever EPT live stream, 2007. This could be problematic for Iceman.
Yeah.
This 9 on the river is a horrible card for Iceman.
Yeah, it's pretty gross here. Iceman obviously going to think he's got the best of it. Probably going to try and get some value. Dulek's probably going to put in a raise. You're beating a whole lot when you've got top two here.
A lot of conversation about deal. Very, very rare to see a deal in a PKO. And certainly there's been no suggestion of it so far.
Yeah, and I think probably Ramco's feeling pretty confident about his position in the tournament.
Oh, no. What do you do now, Iceman? You value bet 7.8, you get raised to 24? What?
Yeah, this is... it's a good fold. It's a very, very good fold there. I mean, you know, I think Iceman knows it's probably not a river where there's going to be a ton of baloofs.
Jack 8 versus 6-3, and oh, that's a cheeky raise, which gets a fold from Dulek Jason.
Mate. Yeah, I love to see that. Literally Ramco, any two, mate.
Ramming and jamming.
Ramming and jamming. 9-10 suited going to be played as a raise here. Look at the size as well. Just a straight man getting the fold from Manolo. Doesn't need to do anything other than that. Keep it simple. Ace-7. Just keep it cheap. 2x pot. Rick Roger in the big blind. King deuce off. If you want to play, let's go.
Rick. Up over 300 million. And still 4 pretty even stacks with one monster chip leader. Who's going to meet some resistance here? We've got Rick Roger with ace-7 suited, Iceman with ace-jack.
Yeah, I mean, I think Iceman might even just get out of the way here with ace-jack in a small. I think Ramco, again, just has the kind of stack where, you know, defending with queen-9 suited, you're probably just going to do totally fine here. And it really doesn't cost you that much more of your stack to just sort of peel and just see how it's going to go. A hand like queen-9, you know, you will kind of know where you're at in most situations. The only really tricky one is where you start making, like, you know, top pair and you have to question whether or not your kicker is going to be any good. I can appreciate the fold as well, but I think that definitely is an opening for him to make some looser calls there pre-flop to try and get lucky for a bounty, or, you know, indeed just out-flopping your opponent for the chips to get closer to first place.
Nick, we've got a question on YouTube from Levski Yugen, who says, James, Nick, what's your opinion about poker rooms in the Balkans? I don't have one because it's not a part of the world I know at all, and I don't know any poker rooms in the Balkans. So controversially, I am someone on the internet who's not going to have an opinion about something they know nothing about.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I'm afraid I'd love to check them out one day. But do you have any suggestions? Are there any suggestions of amazing Balkans card rooms that you think I should go visit at some stage? Pocket kings here for Rick Roger. Oh, he's using it. Okay, we did see him flatting the trays earlier. You guys remember this?
Yes.
He was flatting those pocket threes. But now he might have opened himself up for some punishment here. Lots of ways for him to lose at this point.
Yeah, but equally, lots of ways to get value. You've got Ramco with second pair, Manolo with top pair. Well, the king 8 folds. I don't see 10-9 folding this.
I don't think so either. I think it would be probably in a... Oh, my days. Does he get it all in at this stage? Oh, mate. Rick Roger with the limping again. Oh, putting himself in such a tricky spot now.
I mean, this is what you wanted. You've slow played it. You've set the trap. Someone's walked into the trap.
Yeah, I think he's just...
What?
Oh. He's just asking himself, does this guy really check raise with top pair in this scenario? Wouldn't he just flat? And, oh, James, you're right. His hand is so under-repped.
If you're going to play it like that, you can't fold to the raise there. Am I just playing results again?
I don't know. Honestly, such a weird spot. Again, I know a lot of people that would just flat with the 9-10 there, especially after the limp from the early position from Rick. So maybe the check raise is just generally going to be a lot stronger than you want it to be there. Not sure.
Very confused.
All right, 8-7 suited. Remco playing out of the UTG position here. I mean, honestly, Remco could probably just 3-bet that all day long as well. It is the Spraggy, so maybe he's opting not to.
Got to be careful about overplaying the Spraggy.
Yeah, absolutely. He does decide to come along on the flop. He does have the best hand still, so the ace-high call is correct. That that turned 7 is always coming. Definitely wouldn't be ridiculous to bet the king-9 here twice. You are blocking king-queen. Sometimes you can just get 5s and deuces to fold if you use nice size here, and I think 10 million is totally fine into 21.
Yeah.
I don't know if Ramco's going to float this flop. Probably going to find a call on the turn some of the time as well. Instead, finds the fold. His hand improves and still lets it go. Fair play.
Okay, we've got some hands here. King, queen, ace-8 suited. Let's see how the Groat's going to play it from the button. Opens to 5 million.
Ramco, again, with the hand he can be 3-betting. There you go. This time he finds it, the ace-8 suited. Okay, fold from Dulek. Fast and Furious.
Yeah, still holding on to roughly 300 million chips. And the stacks have got shallower, with the blinds recently going up to 1.25, 2.5 million. And going up again in 10 minutes time. This plays with 15-minute levels. Next level will be 1.53 million.
All right, KJ opening here.
Match Cube TV says, can't the players watch the stream and see the cards? Absolutely, the players can watch the streams and they will see all the cards from hands that they played 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, there is a delay. There is a delay on stream, so they can see what happened, but they can't see it in real time.
6-4 opens, king 3 shoves, ace queen for Rick Roger. Oh, I mean, if you made a huge lay down with kings a couple of orbits ago, now goes for it, and aces and queens, but
oh wow,
that king on the turn sees Manolo improve to trips against 2-pair. Manolo doubles up and Rick Roger is running on fumes. The proverbial bowl of rice left with a big blind, trying to get back in the game now.
Oh man, huge flop for Remco here though. Look at the flush draw with the overcard to the board as well. That king is going to be clean so frequently, as well as the hearts. Hello, John Edwards. Welcome to the chat.
Oh, wow. Ace high still the best hand. So Rick Roger is going to win the main pot here and gets more than a triple up. 11.3 million now.
Yeah, that's the jam with King 3 there from Manolo, James. That's what that's what I'm thinking on now. And it's, I mean, he's obviously recognized that Remco is doing exactly what we've been talking about this whole time, just opening super wide from the button. So it's probably not as crazy as it looks, but still was a considerable number of chips. I wonder if a 3-bet non-all-in would have been more appropriate than just the jam, and then presumably running into Rick Rogers' ace queen behind. Kings for Dulac now.
Kings all in. Ace-8 for Iceman. And not too much to think about. Makes the fold.
Sure.
Next hand. Sailboats for Remco. Opens to 5 million, and this is like it's been all in from Rick Roger with Kojak, and we are going to be off to the races. A flip that Rick Roger needs to win to survive.
Does he ever lose, James?
Yes.
Oh.
Big time. He loses hard. The set of 4s for Ramco and the KO of Rick Roger 10, cashing out in 5th place for $19,240 plus Rick Roger from Brazil won $2,600 in bounties, and then there were 4. So things have changed. The dynamic is slightly different now. You've got Ramco, still the monster chip leader with 300 million. But then you've got Manolo, the last remaining Brazilian with 100 mil, and then Dulek Jason and Iceman pretty much tied around 50 million each.
Yeah, absolutely. So as James points out, we have this sort of the stacks are stretching out now. So Manolo is clearly the one in the middle. Now Dulek and Iceman are kind of in the same position whereby they need to start playing a little bit harder to try and accumulate those chips. And they can't rely on other players to bust really for them on this occasion, unless something ridiculous happens between Ramco and Manolo, like we see another set over set scenario, which is just not going to happen that often. So these two now, the pressure is on them. They need to start duking it out. They need to start playing. And at that point, whoever can start edging their way up towards Manolo's level is the one that is going to be able to wait longer for one of the shorties to bust. And certainly Ramco is willing to do that hard work for them as well if they're given the opportunity.
Ace-5 suited there.
Ooh, sourdough suited.
Sourdough suited, artisanal. Okay, ace-5 still the best of it. In fact, 86% on the turn. Just takes a stab, takes it down, easy game. Sourdough suited. All my days.
Now with kings. So now would be a bad time to play back against the chip leader.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone's got really the hand to do it, though, so probably no action for these kings. But these are the spots that I think are really interesting, just because Ramco can just absolutely punish the 2 to his right here. I mean, the button's going to have to really, really, really let up a lot of the hands that they'd like to open there if they were playing purely for chip EV. Dulek, honestly, 8 deuce of dime. Yeah, I like the fold here a lot. Like, theoretically speaking, you're probably still supposed to be limping that hand. You're supposed to be playing a lot of hands from that position. But Ramco is just going to absolutely exploit everything you do that's passive there. So really, the limps that you do have are going to be medium strength hands that you're still going to call raises with every time, or they're going to be traps. And you're not going to include a lot of those really, really weak limpy hands that you could kind of sneak in there otherwise if we were playing not final table dynamic against the big stack.
Well, Christopher on YouTube asks, are any of these players in on 1 bullet? And the answer to that is yes. In fact, 2 out of the 4. So Iceman and Manolo in for $109 each. Dulek Jason is on their 2nd bullet. Ramco in on their 3rd.
I really like the idea that Ramco invested the three bullets, though. And, like, you know, first bullet just, whatever, it didn't work out. Second bullet, you know what? I'm going to invest the 3rd bullet because I'm pretty confident I'm going to end up being the chip leader on the final 4 on the final table. That sounds, just the confidence. And that's what you need.
Absolutely. And there were 7,639 unique players in this week's Sunday Million, 2,567 re-entries. More than 1,600 players got paid. They made the money last night. 69 returned for day 2, which we've been streaming for the last 3 hours and 45 minutes. And we will keep going tonight until we have a winner. All about Manolo, this one.
Oh, yes.
Deuces.
Play those
The
deuces.
raise to 5 million. Flattered by Manolo on the button with King Jack. And it is a king high flop.
Yeah, I mean, Ramco can just always continue here if he wants to, honestly, but you got to think about what Manolo's flatting the button with here. I think the check is probably where you always go with this. Honestly, like, there's so much 10x, king x that likes to flat your open here. You're not, hello, sets. Let's just see how it goes.
About to say, wow, Ramco's calling with deuces. Maybe they know something we don't. And what they know is they've turned a set. And this pot is already up over 100 million. We're playing for it all. And if Manolo calls all in here, Manolo is out.
Wow, he's played this so strong. I think Manolo's going to fold, but he's already won at least 100 million in this pot, James. Oh, my days.
I mean, you're being beaten by diamonds. There's a few straight combos. 2-pair combos, sets, better kings.
Yeah, I mean, I think if the fact they're shoving the diamond as well is really, really scary when you've got top pair here.
This is a huge bounty, by the way. Manolo makes the call and is KO'd. That is a $5,000 bounty claimed by the chip leader, who moves up over 420 million. Look at this, Nick. 420 mil for Ramco, 51 for Iceman, 30 for Dulek Jason. Such an advantage. And that call from Manolo sees them exit in 4th place, 27k plus 10k in head prizes, leaving us with 3.
Oh, I mean, yeah, James. Oh no. You gotta admire the heart. That's a huge call, but oh man, the absolute pain. And now, as you say, massive advantage, chip advantage over the other 2 shorties at this table. We had literally just finished giving a speech about how Manolo was out there with the 100K. Now he can just let his foot off the brake a little bit and allow the other shorties to duke it out. But wow, yeah, big spot. You got to feel so good about your play if you're Ramco there when you turn the set and get the absolute max. Very well done, sir.
Blinds up, 1.5 million, 3 million, and that means Dulek Jason is playing now fewer than 10 bigs. Iceman hovering around 20 bigs. 20 bigs effective right now. Yes, Taruli, Ramco is indeed British. Dulek Jason is playing from Austria. Sorry,
you
Poland.
call that for sure.
Iceman is Austrian. Iceman
Oh, it's
is
huge.
Austrian.
Oh my days,
Oh, no.
He's done it again. He's done it
Oh
again.
my word. And just like that, we do lose Dulek Jason in 3rd place. Look at this, 450 million plays 54 million. We are heads up in the Sunday Million. Let's just quickly reference the fact that Dulek Jason has cashed for near enough 40k plus 3.5 in bounties. So both players have locked up 53.5 grand, Nick. The final bounty, you know the formula. We add together the numbers we can see, we multiply by 2. So 3,000, 6,000, that's 9,700 multiplied by 2. That is 19,400, I believe.
Yeah.
Near enough 20K is the final bounty of the night. That is the prize money that will separate first and second.
Wow. Remco just absolutely steamrolling this table.
I mean,
Iceman didn't even have to really lift a finger here, did he? Remco did all the hard work for him.
I hate being in a situation where you go into heads up at such a disadvantage. But on the other hand, there is an expectation when you look at it from Remco's perspective that they're meant to close this out really quickly. And the more that Iceman can chip away, the more of a psychological advantage Iceman can take.
Yeah, and I mean, going into these kinds of heads ups, this is where the biggest comebacks are possible as well, right? So
Yes.
you know, great content when it's when they can actually just find a couple moments and just start building up that stack again.
So less than 4 hours of play, and we are already heads up at the final table of this week's Sunday Million with a huge advantage for Remco from the UK. It is Iceman from Austria who's at a big disadvantage, playing around 20 bigs right now.
Yeah, huge spot for both players here. Heads up, final table Sunday Million. It's very prestigious. This is what they came for. This is what Remco put 3 bullets in for right here. Yeah, can Remco bring it home for the UK? Got to root for the home team here. Interesting. Okay, it does come along with the gut shot here.
Iceman is better than 80% favorite in this situation with a pair of threes. And sides to bet turn. And okay, Iceman gaining a little bit. I mean, still so much work to do right now. Still such a huge advantage for Remco. King 10 versus Jack 10.
Oh yeah, putting in that raise.
King 10 still good.
Okay, Jack 10 decides to turn their hand into kind of a bluff here. It's just really tricky to continue when they just full pot the turn like that. So definitely coming back. And as you say, James, just chipping away now. Already up to 93 million from, so almost doubled their stack going into this heads up.
Yeah. But still a 4-1 chip lead, Nick. Remco can still utilize that advantage.
Yeah, I mean, once we're at this sort of effective stack depth, I think probably as in position, you want to be raising a very big portion of your hands. And then once we start to get under 25, there's going to be a lot more limping as traps, and limping to try and control the size of the pot and play some of those more medium strength hands in position more frequently. So Jack 8 still the best of it, 70% on the turn. Iceman with the flush draw and the pair on the turn now, so probably still going to be very sticky. Remco with the very quick check on the turn in position. Probably still calls that. Yep, sure enough. Okay, cool. Not too shabby. Steal and a fold. King 7 suited, probably getting there with a raise here. Just under 30 big blinds effective. I think this is totally fine. There's a chance that you're supposed to have a slightly larger than min at this stack depth as well, but it's probably not too much in it in terms of expected value. The initial pre-flop opener here, Iceman probably just c-bets this board like 100%. I like the size here though for sure. 1/4 pot is perfectly fine, assuming that you know which turns you want to continue barreling for larger. I don't think the 5 is necessarily a barrel card here, so it seems good just to slow down with the 10 deuce in position.
Iceman goes for it. King High Hero call from Remco.
It's not the worst run out for it. The fact he slowed down in the turn, you know, might inspire him, but there you go.
And that is going to take us to the break. So we are heads up in the Sunday Million, down to the final 2 players. And Remco with a huge chip advantage. 413 million for the player from the United Kingdom. Iceman from Austria playing a stack of 97 million. So has managed to chip away a little bit, but has a lot of work to do to get back into this game. We will be back at the table inside of 5 minutes. Maria Ho rejoins us on the stream. I didn't know, Maria, if you were going to be rejoining us, for the simple reason that once we lost Jason, I was thinking, couple of hands, this will be over and we can all go home for the night. But Iceman is not going to take this lying down. Iceman has some fight left in them.
Yeah, I noticed that the last few bust outs happened pretty quickly, and I mean,
Yes.
things seem to be going in a direction that you would think it's going to be over quickly, but I don't know. I mean, Iceman, the way he's played up until now, I feel like they definitely have shown that they are really good at picking good spots. So as long as they are willing to find some good spots now, I think they can definitely stay in the fight.
Yeah. From Ramco's perspective, Nick, and this is what I was trying to say earlier on, but probably didn't express it particularly well. There is the danger of impatience, right? When you have that monster chip lead and you just think, I deserve this, I've done all this hard work, I've eliminated all these other players, massive chip advantage, just hammer, hammer, hammer. But the danger there is, as we see so often, momentum then shifts and you end up doubling your opponent up a couple of times. Next thing you know, you're almost even. How aggressive should Ramco be playing? I know it's not an easy question to answer.
I mean, really, he should be playing, you know, he should be playing the majority of his hands according to GTO, just as a baseline, right? If he thinks his opponent is going to be slightly tighter from out of position, he should be more aggressive. But you always start there as a baseline, and that's why I think knowing what the sort of GTO heads-up baseline is such a great place to start from, because you know you can't be doing anything wrong if you're starting from there. Now, that's not the most optimal way to play against any human being. We need to adjust for our opponents once we start to pick up on some of the trends and like the way that they're behaving, the frequencies that they have. But I think knowing where you can start and begin from, where you know that you're not going to be playing according to like the way you feel, and as you say, you're not going to get overexcited and maybe play too many hands from position, or you know maybe think I want to hold on to my lead and play too tight from position either. So I think using that strategy is always going to be how you want to go into it. I think so far we haven't really seen him getting too overexcited. It seems like he's been pretty patient from position. So I'm thinking he's just going to try and pick and choose his spots. But thus far, you know, Iceman has just been able to chip away and almost double their stack going in that they had going into that heads-up match.
Yeah, back to the table in just a moment. Bit of housekeeping, because I do suspect that there's a pretty strong chance, I'd say 80 to 90% chance that this is over within the next 60 minutes. So just a reminder, guys, that after tonight's Sunday Million, our next live stream, our series of live streams, will be from EPT Barcelona. Live poker on the agenda from Sunday the 14th to Sunday the 21st of August inclusive. That means no Sunday Million stream on the 22nd. We'll all be heading home from Spain. Now, Nick, I believe that you are hosting Sunday Million coverage on Monday the 29th. Do you know who they've partnered you with yet for that stream?
That's a great question. Let me open up my thing really quickly. So,
if not, I was going to say, just poke Wreck-It Robin with a big stick and get him to sort it out.
He usually finds a good guess for me, so it's all good.
So that is going to be kind of like a one-off between Barcelona and WCOOP, because a reminder that come September, our streams will focus on the World Championship of Online Poker. The dates are out there. The full schedule and the marquee events are yet to be revealed. I think that will be next Monday. We'll be talking about it on the Barcelona streams. We'll be talking about it on a future episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast. I'm sure you guys want to know what games you can play. I'm sure you also want to know what streams you can watch. So we'll make sure you have all the details. But suffice to say, we will be streaming Barcelona at the end of August. We will be streaming WCOOP in September. And in between, Nick's going to bring you a Sunday Million as well. Which means, Nick, you should take a 30-minute break now. Maybe it'll be over by the time you come back. Let's see if Maria and I can get this done. Heads up. Action about to resume. Ramco, 413 million. Iceman, 97 million. Guys, we're good. Chris Poker is predicting two hands. Well, that's hand one, Chris. Ace 3, Jack 7. Maybe this will be it.
Not much here for Jack 7 of spades, but of course, you can't be so quick to fold on paired boards with a decent high card, although you don't want to be calling too wide as well.
Well, that was two hands, and it's still going. Domination rotation in Ramco's favor. Tobias asks, will Barcelona be streamed here on YouTube? Yes, Tobias. Twitch and YouTube, all 8 days, Sunday the 14th to Sunday the 21st. Oh, Queens for Iceman.
Yeah, I don't mind Ramco taking this combination as a 3-bet in terms of having that blocker to the king. It's a good card. It's offsuit. I mean, sometimes I think suited obviously would play a little bit better, but here it's an easy 3-bet fold situation. You never want to 3-bet a hand that you definitely want to see a flop with, like those middling king X's, like the king 9, king 10, king jack type hands.
Cards favoring Iceman right now. Scratch that. Cards favoring Ramco right now.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough for Iceman to get away too cheaply here, just because, again, heads up, you've got ace high on a paired board. You're going to stick around for a while.
Ramco decides to 4x it. 3 million becomes 12 million. And gets a fold. Still holding on to that approximate 4-1 advantage as we have aces again. Ace 8 versus ace deuce, and this time no rotation in Ramco's favor. And if this goes to showdown, there's a chance for redemption, Maria.
Ramco has something to say about that.
Ah, denied.
I mean, I get it. I haven't been on top of it today, so Ramco was like, nope, I'm going to spare you guys.
Yeah. Iceman raises with the Spraggy, gets a fold from Ramco's Queen 8. And Jack 7 still ahead.
Yeah, Iceman doesn't know this, but obviously if the 9 comes, they would be in big trouble with the lower end of the straight to Ramco's Jack High straight.
5, 6, 7, 8. My root tootin' baby is driving me crazy. Sorry. Not sure if you're a Steps fan, Maria.
No, but you know, it kind of feels like music from the 50s.
1997, in fact.
Oh, close. Wow. Iceman didn't know how much trouble they were in, but turning that open ender versus the gut shot from the flop gave them a little more reason to send me bluff.
Yeah. Oh!
Wow.
King Queen completes. Iceman with kings in the big makes it 9 million called. Case King on the flop. Oh, wow. This could change everything.
Yeah, this is gross because Ramco's hand is also a little under rep. They just limped in from the button and called the raise from Iceman. So this isn't even a 3-bet pot. This is a single raise pot where Ramco has top pair, second best kicker, and Iceman has a set of kings.
9.3 into 18.7. It's a half pot bet. Top set for Iceman, near enough 97% equity.
So many draws possible, so you see Iceman just fast playing, putting the raise in right away, all the chips.
Oh my word. And that's it. Iceman gets the full double up. And look at the stacks now, Maria. It's practically even Stevens.
And because we reached heads up play so quickly, these players are really deep. They are playing deep stacked heads up.
Wow.
Okay, this might change things up a little bit. Top pair versus a flop straight, though.
It all goes in
depending on
again.
how the rest of the board runs out. Okay, now on the turn, it's going to go check, raise, re-raise, jam, call, putting Ramco on a flush draw.
Ramco, don't get greedy.
I think Iceman's hand is a little bit too strong to just fold right away, but I can understand, you know, after just doubling through Ramco, why they're like, okay, we'll let you have this one. I'll wait for a better spot.
So, Maria, you just referenced the fact that this has now become a deep stacked heads-up battle. And as you say that, the next blind level arrives, and it's the bloomin' 1.75, 3.5 million blind level that shouldn't even exist. Are we going to get a fourth diamond on board? Are we going to get to the river? Nope. Rotation in Ramco's favour. Opening up a little bit of an advantage now. I have to say, obviously, I love the contributions that we get from our audience, but there is some really questionable armchair analysis happening during this heads-up battle from people who've clearly never been in this spot before and never played for this kind of money.
I feel like they're being they're taking their liberties because Stapes isn't here with the ban hammer, and
Tom's
I feel
too
like
nice.
maybe James, right? And you're being a little lenient, James. I mean, you've got a lot going on because you have to call to action and all of that too, so you can't be following everything that's happening. But they're taking advantage of Stapes being gone, I feel like. Wow, flush draw and a straight draw for Ramco, but Iceman trying to hold on with bottom pair.
And on we play. PD Orc says, James, what did you think of the original Starship Troopers movie? Seems to be springing back into my feed at the moment and tempted to rewatch. I love Starship Troopers. I think it's awesome. I'm a huge fan of RoboCop. It's my favourite movies of all time. And Starship Troopers has a very similar vibe. I mean, same director, Paul Verhoeven. So yes, I think it's really good. Paul Verhoeven also responsible for Showgirls, one of those movies that definitely qualifies in the so bad it's good category. Even though towards the end the whole kind of sexual violence plotline is really unpleasant and unnecessary.
But I agree with the so bad it's good.
Yeah.
I remember watching that for the first time and I'm like, I don't know why I enjoyed that, but I did.
I think what's fascinating is that, I mean, Joe Estehar's got paid an absolute fortune for writing that screenplay and clearly did all the money on something. Verhoeven knew exactly the type of movie he was making. He knew exactly what he was doing and never took it seriously. And I think everyone else thought that they were making like some kind of big statement piece, whereas Verhoeven's like, no. I'm just going to have like people flopping around in swimming pools and ludicrous lines of dialogue that no actor could possibly deliver convincingly. Here we go again. Stacks almost even.
Well, Ramco with the float, with the 8-4 of hearts and turns. A lot of outs now. Wow.
Elizabeth
Full,
Barkley.
full pot practically out of Iceman.
I don't think I've...
I was going to say, I don't know if the full pot is going to get Ramco to go for it with the check raise there, but still does with all that equity. Gets it done.
So, a few people referencing Elizabeth Barkley, the star of Showgirls, also known for Saved by the Bell. Elizabeth Barkley appeared in a London stage production of Lenny, the play about the comedian Lenny Bruce that was made into a film with Dustin Hoffman. So Eddie Izzard played Lenny Bruce. and Elizabeth Berkley was cast as his wife. And it won't shock you to learn that the stage play has an incredible amount of nudity and a lot of simulated sex in it, which I find really awkward on stage. I'm English. When there are people actually naked right in front of you and kind of like, you know, pretending, it's really, really awkward. But, you know, she put her heart into that role. There's one story I cannot tell you on the stream. Something that when Elizabeth Berkley first appeared naked on stage, someone in my row said something far too loudly that I cannot say on stream.
Oh. You think they said it loudly because they wanted wanted
No.
the actors on stage to hear?
No,
Okay, they were just...
No, he was, in fact, I remember very clearly because it was a kind of press preview, and it was, I remember who it was who said it, and they were clearly saying it to their colleague slash friend. Write it in chat. No! Snowmans.
Nom 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 nom.
I think most players would put in a 3-bet here with the 8s, but Iceman just calls. I mean, I feel like if you think Ramco is going to be opening the button quite wide, then you definitely want to protect your 8s against a lot of those, you know, single overcard type hands. Charge them a little bit, but Iceman just content to not play a huge pot.
So James is working with Maria and is talking about Showgirls. Yes, correct. Someone mentioned Starship Troopers, which brought us onto the movies of Paul Verhoeven, which then brought us onto Showgirls. And then I started reminiscing about the time that I saw Elizabeth Berkley naked on stage with Eddie Izzard. The play starts with Eddie Izzard with no clothes on, everything hanging out, doing a monologue to the audience. Very uncomfortable.
King high with the half pot size bet. You know, Queen Jack wants to continue, but doesn't want to for that sizing.
Ace 4 versus Ace Jack. And it is an ace high flop, however, all spades. Can you please move on from the naked plays talk? It's creepy and unrelated to anything here. I was going to move on, but now you've said that, I'm tempted to continue discussing full frontal nudity.
Ramco going for a quarter pot. There's 4 spades out there, so now that Iceman calls, I think Ramco has a clear indication that they don't have the best hand and they're not going to try to turn top pair into a bluff.
Do you remember when I said, Maria, that I thought it was going to be over before we got to the last break? And
Yeah.
now I fear it's never going to end.
Well, James, you did it to us. It's your fault.
How?
You spoke too soon. I mean,
math. Numbers don't lie.
you can think it, James. Just don't say it out loud.
Yeah, I forgot about that one.
Changes everything.
Sorry, Maria. And a sensational deuce on the river.
Yeah, and Ramco really sticky, always ends up paying off because Iceman doesn't go for it again on the river. And I feel like if you know your opponent is going to give up on bluffs on rivers, then it obviously incentivizes you to be a little bit stickier because you know you're not going to be faced with a big river bet that's going to put you to the test. Makes it a little bit easier to call with the weaker part of your range.
I don't recall ever having regardless of whether it's a PKO or a standard MTT, I don't remember ever having a heads-up battle at a Sunday Million final table that is this deep. And that's purely because, Maria, it's unusual for them to get the final table that quickly, for the final table to get heads up that quickly, and for them to be this deep.
Yeah, and I think we can kind of tell that Iceman isn't going to play a super high variance style pre-flop, which could definitely make this go on a bit longer than somebody who is willing to 3-bet bluff pre and, you know, call a lot of 3-bets as well. So now it's just going to be death by 1,000 paper cuts.
Yeah, and just a reminder of the stakes here, guys, because I know that the advertised payouts are effectively the same. Both players have locked up 53,600, but the reason why first and second get the same as Ramco, Rivers, are king here is the last bounty is huge because you don't just win the bounty from your opponent, you keep your own bounty as well. And how you calculate that is you take the numbers on screen, add them together and multiply by 2. So 6,700 plus 3,000. Add together, multiply by 2. It's about 19.5K that they're playing for. That's a lot to be playing heads up for, Maria.
Yeah, and of course, Ramco, Iceman, they've had quite a bit of experience just from today playing with each other. So I think at this point, if you feel like you have a pretty big edge over your opponent, then you obviously don't want to play a really high variance style as well, because there is a significant difference between the two spots.
Blinds 2 million, 4 million. Still plenty of play in this thing.
Oh, just when I said Iceman wasn't 3-betting with bluffs too often. Here comes the Jack 6 offsuit.
So if Ramco has 12K already tied up, he's only playing for 6K. What? No. No. Whoever wins this will get an additional 19.5 on top of any bounties they've already won, and on top of the $53,600 odd that they get for finishing first or second. Take the numbers on screen, add them together, multiply by 2. It took us a while to work out that formula, but we've nailed it. It's foolproof. Especially if you've got the human calculator in the house. Now, in terms of total prize money, yes, Ramco would potentially get more. Iceman's has already won 6,000 in bounties. Ramco has won 13,370.
Ramco, very sticky, as I mentioned, calling the flop bet with 4s, and if Iceman gives up, they will win. Oh. Ramco with the limp on the button. I like to see a just call. Yeah, that is how we get it done. I think limp re-raising looks very strong. You want to be able to reel your opponent in a little bit. Ace high looks pretty good on this board. Ramco goes for about a third pot.
Where's Barry Greenstein? Keeping his robe firmly tied tonight.
Wow, pot size bet. Ramco obviously hoping that Iceman had a 10 perhaps for jacks full of 10s, or those type of hands that just won't fold even for pot size, but unfortunately Iceman only ace high, can't really call.
Pair of deuces for Ramco, 4 into 9 fold. And it is Ramco with the chip advantage right now.
Pretty decent flop for 4s. And if you don't expect your opponent to have too many 5Xs opening,
Flex or fold. Thought it would be over by now. Many of us did. And yes, and there's a very good chance that you are going to see the reappearance of Nick Walsh in 3 minutes' time. He loves this, though. Nick lives for short-handed poker. He loves a bit of heads up. I mean, I'm still scarred by some of the heads-up battles I've had to sit through over the years. Copenhagen, 2008. PCA, 2014. Monte Carlo, 2014. But that Walsh fella, he lives for it.
double gutter for the 7-5. Good spot, I think, to barrel again.
And wonder if Ramco tries to buy this. 17 million in the middle. Bets 12. King high for Iceman. Do it, do it, do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would have like the story a little bit better that Ramco's telling if they barreled again on the turn.
Oh.
And yeah, that's what happened.
Nicholas Walsh, welcome back to the stream. Heads Up Poker, still going.
Yep, this is where the real poker happens, right here, and we see Iceman flopping the trips.
Is this where the real poker starts, Nick?
This is where the real poker starts. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the king high call was really sweet there. I think I completely agree with Maria. He should have barreled the turn. Then it would have made a lot more sense. That's not to say he's not going to have some like random, second pairs that he realizes he can value, but I think if you were going to bluff it, the turn was probably better than the river.
Well, obviously, Nick, the key hand was the double up for Iceman that saw them go almost even in chips. At that point, Maria realized, wow, they are super deep, and there is actually a lot of play in this heads-up battle. And still relatively even right now. I mean, Ramco keeps opening up this advantage, and then it's back to square one again after a couple of big pots.
Mm-hmm. It's a very good-looking turn for Iceman now as well. Not only with the top pair, but now the additional draws to go with it. The gut shot and the hearts. Quick fold, though. Seen Remco getting pretty sticky on a lot of these flops from out of position. Very, very difficult to play well.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys. I will let you see this heads-up battle through to its inevitable conclusion, whenever that may be. 5 minutes or 5 hours. Good luck. We're all counting on you. And I look forward to seeing you both in Barcelona when we start our streaming on Sunday.
Yes,
Can't wait.
see you very soon.
All right, James, rest up. We'll see you in Barca, buddy. All right, and then there were two. Maria Ho, let's get this wrapped up. I mean, I know Joe's not with us tonight, but hopefully he's cranking it somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, we know that Stapes can crank it anywhere, so there is that.
Yep, the realization. Okay, heads up poker. Here we go. Still quite
The
deep
thing
here,
is
though.
Yeah, I don't mind, how sticky Ramco is, but of course, when your opponent starts to make hands and you get to a lot of rivers with a really weak part of your range, but you just can't help but call, I mean, that's what's kind of keeping Iceman in the game.
Right. Yeah, see, Queen Deuce, it's probably always a defend there as well. So some interesting sort of pre-flop decisions coupled with some quite sticky out-of-position calls as well. Makes it putting himself in some tough spots for sure. I mean, again, I don't know. That kind of seems like it might have been an opportunity to put in a bet on the flop here with the Jack 6-2. And on the river, that run out for Ramco.
Well, why put in a bet on the flop when you're just going to go running sixes and you won't only want to put money in when you're ahead?
Yeah, absolutely.
Little blocker bet.
Yeah, feels like a little bit of a blocker.
Iceman.
Hello to all the regs out there in chat world.
Yes,
Thank you for joining us today. Here we go. 8 deuce off. Coming in with the open. Why not? Let's just go crazy with it. Did we see a flat from the ace queen here pre-flop?
Yeah, we did. It's kind of interesting. I mean, I guess if you know your opponent's opening that wide, maybe just maybe they're just going to fold to a 3-bet and you're just hoping to keep them in.
Yeah, I guess so. And there you go. Managed to get a couple streets of value, but ace queen definitely Definitely a little bit more unusual as a flat there. Okay, goes into this pot dominating. Difficult to know that you're dominating somebody here with Jack-3 off, though. I mean, again, feels like a board where they can just go ahead and stab, but we've seen sort of the king-high flops being checked by Jack-high in a previous pot, too, so interesting to know kind of like where the distinguishing factor is there. Very, very similar setup, very similar combo on a similarly dry board, king-high. Jack-9 suiting. Queen-4 off, I think, is a really nice combo to have as a 3-bet bluff here. And look at the flop for Queen-4 off. That's what you're looking for when you've got these really wide 3-bets. Oh, man, you just want to go so small on the flop here. Yeah, there you go. Iceman does connect in a very serious way, but Ramco just didn't have quite enough there for him. So we want to continue versus the continuation. All right, ace-6 suited, probably going to come in with a raise. I mean, thus far it seems like Ramco has just been opening, like, you know, a more sort of linear range at this effective stack depth. Haven't seen him mixing in too many of those really more unusual combos, playing them a lot more passively, where probably could afford to be opening a lot wider of a range if he wanted to. Pretty straightforward top pair c-bet and out. Okay. Yeah, I like the check with the 7 here. I don't think you need to bet that flop. You don't want to get check raised by a hand that you actually have beat there too often. The 9 is pretty clean just to continue with the 7.
Yeah, it's good to kind of protect your check back range there. It makes it so that you can call pretty easily when that 9 pairs on the turn and not have to be worried about getting blown off your hand. Iceman out flopping Ramco.
Okay. Are they going to make us do it, Maria, at this late stage?
I think so. I've taken the notes into consideration. I hope you have, Nick.
Okay, I'll slow it up a little bit here. All right, guys, this is going to be a chop pot. You know what they say, Maria? Everyone loves a chop pot. Oh, I don't know. That I feel like they were closer, that one. I think that one was a lot closer.
It feels like it has to be better than the first time. But
all right, much better. Okay, great. We are improving. See, you know what? You can say whatever you want about you know, mine and Maria's commentary, but you know, we take notes well. All right, so just like that, back to even Stevens again. I don't have the button, unfortunately, but Iceman back up to 250. Where is it? Even Stevens. There we go. Beautiful.
Let's see what Ramco wants to do. This time with ace queen does go for the 3-bet. I mean, king queen just too good to fold and outflops the ace queen. Wow, full pot size.
Such a big c-bet. What?
Just
I don't know,
absurd,
Maria.
absurd.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I mean, there's no way out. Iceman just jams 100%, right? So it's, yeah, you just expose so much dead money. I think your continuation here can be so much smaller, and it would be just as effective. I mean, if you full pot, you might really convince a 10 to fold once in a while, but even then, it's just, yeah, it just seems a bit excessive, right? Even if it was just a little bit less than pot, that would still probably be enough to succeed in getting in the folds that you want for that spot. So it's a pretty big pickup there, actually. Iceman out now up to 335 million. But very, very costly c-bet there. And 7-4 gets one through on the river there, picks up 11 million. So Remco is sitting around 30 big blinds effective, Maria.
Yeah, and interesting click with the 9-7 of clubs. Doesn't shake the deuces yet. Wow, and just a fold gets it through.
Okay, big flop there for 6 deuce diamonds. Lots of ways to win here. Slightly more ways to win now on the turn.
Yeah, and goes for full pot. And yeah, Ramco, you know, it puts a lot of pressure on in a lot of situations, and Iceman hasn't been able to hang on when they flop just a mediocre type holding. Obviously, with the strongest of Iceman's holding, they're going to stay with it, but I think that's what's making it so hard to play against Ramco heads up, is not only are they sticky, but they put max pressure when they don't have it. And if you don't have a strong enough hand and you're not able to pick off these semi-bluffs,
Yeah.
then Ramco will just chip up.
Sure, absolutely. And getting aggressive now as well. 3-betting the king 3 off. Again, I really like that combo as a 3-bet bluff. Sort of king 3, king 5, queen 4, queen 5. Those ones where you've got one high card, but you're completely willing to fold versus more action. Seems good. Top pair here for Iceman. Currently dominating pre-dominating on the flop.
Yeah, and I like to see Iceman start, you know, slow playing and getting Ramco to put more chips in. You know, when they have such strong hands, don't go for the fast play. Don't go for the raise right away. Make sure that you give Ramco enough rope, because it seems like they will take it.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, just it doesn't take many of those full pot bluffs. You just got to catch a few of those ones when you've got the right holding, and that's, you know, already a big chunk of his stack, you know. So I completely agree. You want to give him the rope here. Iceman does have the gut shot here, which he's going to lean into at this point, and does get it through. So Ramco's still sticking around that 30 big blind mark. Iceman can really start leaning into him at this point. I mean, Maria, you've been here for pretty much the entire heads up at this stage. What an incredible comeback. We were saying that, you know, he went into this heads up battle huge favorite in terms of chip disadvantage. Chip advantage to Ramco, disadvantage to Iceman.
I mean, it's because I think Iceman heard James doubt them. They heard James say, oh, I think, you know, this might end in a few hands. And Iceman's like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to show you.
sent him a message. He was like, "Come on, let's give him a good show. Let's really make this last."
Second pair against bottom pair. Again, one of those situations where Ramco makes that quick call on the turn, not quick to fold bottom pair. Now it becomes 2 pair for Iceman.
Yeah,
easy
beautiful
value.
Yeah, easy value bet now on the river for sure. Overbets the river. Wow, this is so greedy, don't you think, Maria? Honestly, like
It's especially because of Iceman's tendencies at this point, right? Like they really haven't gone for river bets as bluffs and certainly not for over bets. So I feel like even if Ramco had a stronger hand than just a pair of deuces, they would have been able to get away.
yeah, and I think the 10 as well is kind of a scare card, right? He's shown aggression on previous streets. He can definitely have like 2 overcards with a 10 that has a straight draw or something that becomes top pair on that river. So it just looks super duper scary when you're over betting for such a large degree there, but still managed to put a big dent into Remco's stack here. Bluffing with the best hand, Betty. Bluffing with the best hand. Uh-oh. Pocket sevens here. This could be spicy here. Remco can play these sevens aggressively if he wants to. He's very shallow at this point. I think probably shoving the sevens pre-flop would be probably optimal at this stage.
Yeah, I agree. Wow, just ends up calling. Gets severely outflopped.
Yeah, you're a little bit shallow with that medium pair, buddy. Iceman's just trying to figure out what size he needs on the turn to get all of it on the river now. It's pretty dreamy. Honestly, I would never put my opponents on a pair of sevens here, so it's I would expect that to be jammed so often heads up. So really, if Remco actually puts in a bet here, oh, it's just the dream, isn't it? Yeah, it's just the dream. So 30, 40,
Yeah.
50, 60, there's almost exactly 70 left in the middle, so it's almost exactly a pot shove remaining. This could be it if we see the hero call from Remco. And that is it. The complete turnaround for Iceman.
Wow.
That's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. KO awarded. All right, guys, so that means after what was an intense heads-up battle, these are your payouts there, guys. Iceman coming first place for $79,386.20. That's including bounties. And Remco takes home $67,018.63. Fantastic outcome for Iceman, guys. Let's not forget, they started this 450 million to Iceman's 60 million chips. That incredible disadvantage to Iceman turns it around, and there you have it. All right, Maria, that was quite the protracted heads-up battle. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, we reached the final table so quickly. And, of course, M. Porter started the day chip leader, was able to make that final table, but wasn't able to last. And then there was just a lot of, big hands, big pots really early on in the final table. And, of course, Iceman ended up making that incredible comeback in the end.
Yeah, really incredible stuff. Thank you guys so much for coming and hang out with us. Yeah, I mean, James was saying about going. He goes, "Oh, I always hate when we go into these sorts of situations as one guy has all the chips." But as I said to him, when we see people have that kind of a comeback, that's what we come for. That's the entire point of the Cards Up coverage, and that's the content you guys want to see. So congratulations once again to Iceman for the first place and Remco for second. Maria, when is your next stream? I mean, I guess your next stream will probably be from Barcelona with the rest of us, right?
Yeah, we're all going to be in the same time zone. There won't be any delay for the Chop Pot song, which I'm especially looking forward to some redemption on that front.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, our production team was just saying if we get it wrong there, we'll definitely won't be able to do it anywhere when we're sitting in the same room. So I look forward to seeing you in Barcelona. Maria, thank you very much for joining us tonight. And guys, don't forget that tomorrow I will be streaming from back here on the PokerStars Central channel from midday onwards with more KOs with Croaks. So if you want to see some four-handed madness and you want to see us compete, come join us from midday back here. That's midday UK, 12 p.m. UK time if you want to hang out with us. But that's all for this evening, guys. Hope you guys have had a fantastic time. We will see you from Barcelona. So from James Hardigan, Maria Ho, and myself, Nicholas Walsh, it is good night from the PokerStars Arena.